Conservation Commission. In accordance with the open meeting law, please be advised that this meeting is being recorded and broadcast over Lunenburg Public Access Channel. The town of Lunenburg, in response to the COVID-19 emergency, is currently following the guidance from the Lunenburg Board of Health, Massachusetts DPH, and the CDC regarding the virus and steps communities can take to prevent the spread. And all town facilities are currently closed to the public. In accordance with the governor's order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, Chapter 30A, Section 20, all public meetings are being conducted remotely. This meeting will be broadcast live through the Lunenburg Access Channel, on Facebook Live, on the Public Access Facebook, and will be able to be found on Lunenburg Access YouTube channel within 24 hours after the meeting. Following information is also provided for members of the public that would like to participate in the meeting remotely. Participants may use cell phones, tablets, and computers with audio and/or video capabilities as they have been tested. If you are having trouble accessing or general questions that you have during the meeting, you can email lcc@lunenburgonline.com. Matt Morrow, our agent, will be monitoring the email throughout the evening, so feel free to email any questions or problems and we'll either get them answered or we will address the problems as soon as we can. Any emails that contain questions that are to be read online must contain the full address and phone number of the person asking a question. One note, no participant ID is needed. Just press the pound sign on your phone when asked. Telephone users may dial *9 to request to speak after joining the meeting. This will raise the hand and I will acknowledge you at the appropriate time. And computer and app users may use the raise hand feature to request to speak. The way we ran the last meeting, all members are running with open mics. I do ask that you take and raise your hand to be acknowledged, just so we don't have 3 or 4 people talking at once. We seem to do a pretty good job at the last meeting, so I have no problems with trying that again this meeting. Hello, Todd.
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to have you unmute me.
Yeah, no problem. And just a quick note to all members, if you do mute yourselves, you do not have the power to unmute yourself. So if you need to speak, please raise your hand and I will unmute you at that time. I'm just renaming you Todd. Okay. All right, at this point, moving forward, the agenda lists all topics which may be discussed at the meeting and those that are reasonably anticipated by the chair. Votes may be taken as a result of these discussions. Not all items listed may be in fact discussed, and other items not listed may be brought up for the discussion to the extent permitted by the open meeting law. As this is an online or a remote participation meeting, all votes will be roll call. So when I do call your name, just answer in the yay or nay. We will start with roll call. I am Richard Bursch and I am here. Todd Dwyer, are you present? Can you hear us?
Todd Dwyer's muted.
Todd Dwyer muted himself. Todd Dwyer.
I'm here.
And you can hear us.
And I can hear you, yes.
Okay. Bob Pease, are you present? Can you hear us?
Yes and yes.
Katie Childs, are you present? Can you hear us?
Yes and yes.
Carl Luck, are you present? Can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Jack Rabbit, are you present from the bridge and can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Ken Jones, are you present and can you hear us?
I am. Good evening.
Good evening. We will start with public comment from the commissioners. Do any commissioners have any public comment at this time? Seeing none, do we have any members of the public that would like to have a comment? And Matt, you're not having any emails? Anybody with questions?
Seen anything? Nope.
All right, we will move forward. We will start with our first appointment, Brandon Kibbe, the land acquisition proposal for 994 Northfield Road. Just to review what we need to finish prior to the grant reimbursement. Let me just bring you on. You are here. Then you can
I am.
hear me, Brandon.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. You can hear us, Rich? You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
good. The land acquisition of the Saliba property, 994 Northfield Road, is progressing. We've received title certification from town council. I believe the financing is all lined up by town manager and the finance director. And so everything is squared away on that end. We still need to have an environmental site assessment completed, which is contracted and underway. That is set to be completed shortly. We have to have everything wrapped up, closed, and submitted for reimbursement by June 1. So that's sort of the deadline. We're ahead of schedule on pretty much all of that. So we're in pretty good shape. We have for submitting reimbursement, there's a couple of things we have to do. Number one is we have to install a sign. We have to install a sign in a parking area, which the plan is to do that at the existing area all right on Northfield Road, where there's room for off-street parking on that little flat spot, actually on the south side of Northfield Road, which can service both the Conservation Commission portion of the property and the Park Commission portion of the property. And that's acceptable by the Division of Conservation and Services. We don't need a separate parking area for each spot, and we don't need a separate sign for each spot. We can have a single sign, single parking area that will service both portions of the property in both grants. Then the other thing we need to do for the Conservation Commission portion of the property is to submit a land management plan. We have a draft version of that that we've put together. The remaining items that we need to complete there is to do a site inspection, which would involve going to portions of the boundary, to document all of the photo document all of the frontage points of frontage. And ideally, we go out and we actually GPS the existing trails that are on the property, wherever they are, just kind of wander around with some GPS units and try to capture as much of the trail system that is and get that on a map, just to show what the existing conditions are. And that's pretty much all we'll need to do. So the hope here is that we'll be able to close with the landowners. The contract actually says we have to close by May 15th. Worst case scenario, that's the latest we would close. Then we would have a period of time to, get all the closing documents and everything we need together to submit the reimbursement by June 1 and then be reimbursed.
All right, so you've talked to Heather about the site assessment?
Yes,
Okay. Then she sounds like she's on track with getting that done so we can get the closing for the 15th.
that's right.
Okay. And is that the last step for the closing?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. The one item that the landowner has to resolve is there were two small portions of property, one on the north side, one on the south side, that they were, the plan is that they're swapping that with the golf course. They're swapping, an acre here for an acre there. And that was all part of the deal as it was originally conceived. That conveyance still has not been finalized. So that has to happen before we can buy. So I have been in touch with the landowners to let them know that that wasn't completed. So, and they knew that as of November.
Okay.
So that still has to be completed on their end.
Okay, how would you recommend we reach out? Do you want to reach out? Do you
I
want?
already have.
Okay,
I've
you
already-
have.
Yeah, I've already reached out to the owners and copied town council.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll stay on that probably as a weekly thing, just to
Yeah.
make sure, because we're 4 weeks away at this point, so.
Right.
And with things the way they are, documents aren't getting processed as quickly as they usually were, so.
Hmm.
Okay, so we'll keep that on the radar. I believe I have up here the draft that you had done
Yep.
for the land management plan. So I had read through it. I didn't really see anything that needed to be changed. I don't know if anybody else had had an opportunity to. Bob, had you had an opportunity to read through it?
I read the whole thing. As usual, Brandon's work is impeccable. I would mention that I plan to go out and GPS all the trails this week.
Fabulous. That's a huge help, Bob. And if you get that information to me, I can plop it on the maps and we should be good to go.
Okay, and the next thing you had mentioned, Brandon, was going out and taking photos of the roadside frontage
Yep.
bounds, or what else do we need photo?
Well, we can take pictures of visible bounds. We don't have to visit all boundaries. In fact, I would argue we shouldn't go through that effort. That's largely because, especially the boundaries between the golf course and the property, they're all surveyed, but they're unmonumented, and it's not a line that follows any monumented course. So we can be in the vicinity of the boundary with a high degree of accuracy, but without survey monuments in the ground, we couldn't say for sure exactly where it is. So.
Okay. So if we did you have an opportunity maybe to meet for a morning and we can just drive around and snap some pictures, or do you want to?
Yeah, and I would actually suggest to Bob, if it's possible while you're out GPSing the trails, and if you want, if you know how to do it, great. Is you can upload your the boundary actually into your GPS so that you have it while you're walking, or you can use the locational services that are available on your phone while you're looking.
Yeah, I have a couple ways to do that on my phone. I can use the assessor's website.
Yep.
Does a great job. There's an app called Boundary Marker or something like that.
Yep.
That shows you where you are relative to the boundaries.
So what I would say is, while you're walking around, Bob, number one, make sure that you have your locational services set on your phone. And number two, take some pictures. And then when you're done with that, I can take those pictures and I can actually geolocate them on a map. And so we can set up an actual photo documentation log that will be associated with points on the map, so we can demonstrate that what we documented, and then we can schedule another time to go back, and if you don't do it while you're out there, is we can go out and snap some more pictures if there are things that are missing. But I'd say let's start with what you have, and then we'll fill in the blanks from there if there are any. And my guess is you're pretty thorough and there won't be any.
All right, so you're good with that, Bob?
Yep.
All right. Anything else that we can help you with to move this forward, Brandon?
I don't think so. Just keep kicking me in the pants. I think that's probably the best thing to do.
Well, we'll leave that to Bob. He's usually pretty thorough as far as follow-up. So if
Good.
he's going to get you the GPS coordinates and the pictures, and then
Awesome.
we'll kind of chat. I'll just start an email with you and Heather to move forward with the landowner communication.
Yeah, and what I'll do is I will copy you on the last correspondence I had with Heather about the environmental site assessment and loop you in that way.
Okay, perfect.
Good.
All right, does anybody have any questions for Brandon, Bob?
I just wanted to mention, Brandon, that on February 7th, I sent you an email on behalf of the commission asking to have an agenda item put on the next meeting of the Open Space Committee, whenever that occurs.
Okay.
And I never heard back from you on that, and I know you were disengaged.
Mhm.
And so appreciate it, when you do have a meeting of the Open Space Committee, if we could, take up that thing. It's about parcels in town that are not under the care and control of the Conservation Commission, that the Conservation Commission feels maybe should be under the care and control. And we're looking for a review and comment, by the Open Space Committee before we do anything. So,
Okay. Good.
All right. So if that's it, Brandon, thank you very much. We'll definitely stay in touch over the next few weeks and see if we can make sure we get the acquisition of the property by the 15th, and then run around in the next 2 weeks and get everything else done.
Super. Sounds good. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Stay safe and don't get lost in the woods.
Yeah, likewise. Watch out for the ticks. They're bad this year.
Yes, they are. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Brandon.
All right, moving forward, we have a second appointment, which is Hickory Hills. Let me just turn you on there, John.
Oh, there I am.
Was the last presentation the one you were looking for, John?
I know I sent another one in on Monday. It was basically a shortened one, but we can start from the last one. That's fine. If you want to pull that one up, that's what you have.
Matt, do we have an updated one for Hickory Hills?
I'm looking for it.
I sent it in Monday morning. It's just a shortened version of this. I just focus on the second half there that we talked about a little bit.
Well, I can open it up while he's looking. Which one of these, John?
That one, the last one, the request for chemical application. That's
Okay.
done. Okay. Go
And
to like page 15 or something.
that one there look good?
One before that one. It's the one before that one.
General condition?
Yes, thank you. That's a good start.
Okay.
Okay, so John Fortune, 50 Hemlock Drive. I'm here tonight for Hickory Hills landowners. Just for the public that wasn't here on April 1st, Hickory Hills hired a lake consultant, Carl Nielsen of ESS Group, to review and help us with some of the issues we deal with here on the lake, invasive and non-invasive weeds, stormwater, and other factors that are affecting the lake quality. On April 1st, Conservation reviewed and approved the weed mitigation strategies that ESS has approved, that proposed, sorry. And tonight we're going to go over the chemical testing that ESS has discussed with us. So that's what we're doing tonight. So we have an order of conditions in place, 208-1133. In that order of conditions, general condition 45.2 is testing of our water quality in multiple locations, and that's what the screen shows here. So testing phosphate, nitrate, nitrite, dissolved oxygen, turbidity, color, pH, and temperature in 6 locations, monthly from April to October, and during the winter through the ice, when the ice is safe, we would test dissolved oxygen and temperature. So that's what our current conditions are. Next slide, please, Rich. ESS has looked at our testing, looked at the testing that we did last year in order to meet the requirements, and felt that there are some changes that might be give us better information for the work that we'll be doing here in the next few years working with them. So ESS is suggesting that in the spring, summer, and fall, we do lab testing rather than to try to test ourselves of total phosphorus, dissolved phosphorus, nitrate, nitrogen, total Keldol nitrogen, chlorophyll A, and an algae community. And then we would buy equipment to test dissolved oxygen, conductivity, temperature, and pH. And we would do that in the deepest location in the lake. We would do it spring, summer, and fall. So we would gather information of those 3 seasons of all of that data. And like I said, that would be done at a certified lab versus us trying to do it ourselves. Next slide, please. They also suggest in August that we do the requirements for phosphorus, dissolved phosphorus, nitrate, nitrogen, total Kaldol nitrogen, dissolved oxygen, conductivity, temperature, and pH. And we do that in all the locations that were discussed in our current order of conditions. So that would be at Hemlock Beach, Proctor Cove, Malpas Inlet, in front of the main beach, in front of the dam, and on the east side of Peninsula Drive. So in August, which is usually when our water temperature is the warmest, we would go through and do that testing as well. All right, next slide. So this is the ESS water quality summary. That's basically what I just told you. I separated it out. But as you can see, again, one location, a deep location, so we can get both the surface and the deep water. And as you know, deep water here is 15 to 18 feet, so it's not really, really deep. And then in August, we would do all those locations. And we actually do a couple more locations because we do Little Hickory, and there's the lake that we do. But we would have test data for all of that. As you know, testing is expensive, and that's why we tried to do so much of it ourselves. But unfortunately, we were not able to get, especially phosphorus, where the numbers are so low, we were not able to get good, accurate testing the way we were doing it in the past. So next slide. So we're asking conservation to accept these water quality testing changes as recommended by ESS by, again, having these additional locations in spring, summer, and fall, the deep location. So we would have both deep and surface water. It would give us this additional depth that we had not had in our original data set. The frequency is different, but we would have the same locations in August, which is really our worst month. Some of the nutrients are modified from what we had, but according to ESS, they feel that is a better reflection of the changes that we might be seeing in the lake as we doing our work over the next couple of years. And most importantly, we would have more lab analysis done versus volunteer analysis. And I think that's where our biggest change is. It's where our biggest expense is going to be. But also we think that'll be the biggest benefit because we'll have a better idea of the data that we get. Okay, so before I move on to the last slide, I think that, can you just show me the next slide? I'm pretty sure this is the last one. Yeah, okay. So before I move on to this slide, I'm asking the commission to accept the changes as recommended by ESS and have any conversation that we might want to have about those.
All right, signify by raising your hand. Does anybody on the commission have any questions for John at this point? And anyone from the public that wishes to be recognized with questions on a Hickory Hills Lake Management and Weed Control Plan? At this point, John, I am not seeing any questions.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
So, Mr. Luck?
Yeah, yes, thank you. A technical question. I've lost track of how to, not that I want to raise my hand, but I don't have that ability at the moment with the screen, with the presentation showing up. Can somebody help me what I would need to
Click
do?
on participants at the bottom of the show, at the bottom of the screen.
Click there again?
Click on participants at the bottom of the screen.
Yep, get it. Thank you very much, Bob.
Yep.
No questions, though. Excellent presentation.
All right, John, is the next part of your presentation have to do with the field change or something else?
No, that basically was the field change that we were talking about. This is just one last slide. I was going to indicate to you what is happening this year. So as you know, on April 1st, we approved the weed mitigation program that we're putting in place. So that'll be happening pretty quickly. We have some testing equipment that we need to buy, Hickory Hills needs to buy. There is additional work that's going to be done by ESS, the vegetation mapping, 200 to 300 intersect points. We're going to identify the plant species and coverage at each point. The next piece, of nutrient budget. So we want to develop a nutrient budget. If you look through the data that they did for Little Hickory, that's what they did there. So a lot of sampling and actually some sediment sampling as well. And then finally, continued resident education. We've done it on our own. The Lake Management Group has here at Hickory Hills, but we're hoping to get some additional data and interest from with all of our neighbors from ESS as they present some education for our residents as well. So this is what's going on. Continued ESS. We have asked them for a plan for 5 years. We should have that plan by December or January 2021. And we will certainly share that with you, along with any test data that we get or the data that we get from Solitude when they do the work this summer on the weed mitigation. So that's what I have here. I'm just looking for an okay to make a change from the commission, and then I will get out of your hair.
All right, at this point, I'll accept a motion to accept the field change of the testing procedures. Mr. Pease,
I move we accept the field change as presented.
we have a motion. And Ken Jones seconds. Any other discussion from commissioners? Todd Dwyer, did you have any discussion?
No.
Bob Pease, any discussion?
No.
Katie Childs, any further discussion?
Nope.
Carl Luck,
Oh, thank you.
Captain Rabbit,
Great presentation, well executed. I'm all for it. Let's do it.
Ken Jones?
Nope.
All right, seeing no further discussion, I will take a roll call vote. Todd Dwyer,
Aye.
Bob Pease,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Ken Jones,
Aye.
and Richard Bursch. I vote aye as well. All right,
Alrighty.
John, if the only thing I did have a quick question on, I know we're moving forward here in April with the fluoridone treatments. Do you have a date yet for treatment?
We do not. We have asked for that date, and we do not have it yet. But I will let Matt know. And one of the things I had talked to Matt about is when they actually do it, was to invite him to come out on my boat if it works for both of our schedules. To let him actually see them doing it.
Okay. Are you good with that, Matt?
And
Yeah,
we will
no,
give,
absolutely.
we will
By
give
the way,
commission.
John,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
John, I didn't find any updated slides. I found our conversation where you talked about forwarding them to me, but nothing came subsequently. So I don't know if I got lost in email heaven somewhere. Just wanted to let you know.
Yeah. Okay. Like I said, they were not that much different than what we had here tonight. So these work just fine.
All right, great.
Lastly, we're committed to give the commission a 72-hour notification before it's actually done. And we will do that as well. So we're well aware of those. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, John.
All right. Thank you. Have a good evening.
All right. We will move forward unless there are any lagging or further questions on the last presentation. I see none at this point. Moving forward, pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Lunenburg Wetland Protection Bylaw and Regulations as listed in Chapter 239. Lamac Realty Trust has filed a notice of intent for the upgrade of a septic system within the 100-foot buffer zone at 120 Sunset Lane. And who do we have presenting for that? Just raise your hand.
Hey, Rich. Steve Marston. How you doing?
Great, Steve. How are you tonight?
Good.
Give me 1 second and I will bring the plan up. I had it up already. Here we go. All right, does that look like the updated plan?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay,
Let's see, we're at 120 Sunset Lane. There's a failed septic system. The septic system is right up at the very top, right adjacent to Sunset Lane. So we're well out of the buffer zone, way up top. The tanks, however, are down below. They're in the buffer zone. With the changes in DEP regulations since the original installation, this is a two-family now. It's a two-unit, 3 bedrooms on each side, Unit A and Unit B. So we needed to install a 2-compartment tank. In order to install a 2-compartment, it would have been much more invasive than just installing an additional 1,000-gallon tank next to the existing pump chamber. So for the proposal is to leave the existing 1,500-gallon tank, install an additional 1,000-gallon tank next to the existing pump chamber, and then utilize the existing pump chamber. And that's the only work that'll be in the buffer zone. It's outside the no touch, and it's on the opposite side of the gravel driveway from the lake. It's about 42 feet from the high water mark.
you have the 30-foot marked on here, Steve? I see the 100.
When I sent you the revised, the 30-foot did not show up, but it's in the gravel parking, goes through the shed and the well. The well is just about 30 feet off so the existing well house is 30 feet off the high water mark.
Okay,
And then I showed the hay bales right along the existing gravel driveway. So those will be put in place. And the existing disturbance is all within the gravel driveway, so there's no vegetation that'll be disturbed. It's just within the driveway and parking area as exists.
okay. So the gravel parking goes right up to the house?
Yes, yep. The
Okay.
gravel way, as it's depicted, goes to the Hummels at 110 Sunset, so that's their access to their house.
Yep,
So they drive on that gravel way to get to their house. So that's an existing road and right of way to get to that house. They have no other way to get to that house from Sunset. There's 3 houses on that gravel driveway, the one to the left and to the right.
okay. The current house here, they park up here in this in this paved parking?
Correct, yep.
Yeah, myself, I don't have any other questions. It looks pretty straightforward. I imagine you're looking to do this sooner rather than later?
Yeah, it failed over the winter, so they would, right now they're pumping on a regular basis to keep it in compliance, because otherwise it's failed.
Bad things happen.
Yep. In the
All right,
process, as requested by Jim, we'll be inspecting both the pump chamber and the existing septic tank to make sure there's no cracks, no problems. So we'll pump them dry, make sure that there's no issues with the existing tanks. If there are, we'll do the repairs in place. So we're not anticipating having to remove them or do anything other than pump them dry and do any repairs while we're there. So if there's issues, we'll take care of it while we're installing that additional tank.
okay. One other quick question. What are the Hummels gonna do for access while you're excavating? Is there enough space right in here for them to get through? Or are they gonna park on the property and walk over to their property?
We can sneak them through, so it's not an issue. But if they needed to, they could just park right there. But in talking with them, the process of getting the tank in, we should have it in and backfilled within 1 or 2 hours. So it's not a long process. We'll do the excavation and put it in, backfill, and then we can do the piping after we backfill.
Okay. All right. Sounds straightforward to me. So you're gonna be putting the tanks in before you redo the field, or?
Correct.
Okay. So we'll run down the list, see if there's any questions from commissioners. Todd Dwyer,
I have no questions.
Bob Pease,
No questions.
Katie Childs,
No questions.
Carl Luck,
No question.
Jack Rabbit,
It's fine.
Ken Jones.
I don't have any questions.
All right, at this time, I will open it up to the public. If anybody has any questions, please raise your hand and I will acknowledge you. While I wait for that, Matt, you did not receive any email questions or comments on 120 Sunset Lane?
No, I did not.
Okay. At this time, I see no other questions. I will accept a motion to approve the application as presented.
So moved, Todd Dwyer.
We have a motion.
Second.
Second.
Katie Childs seconds. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I will do a roll call vote. Todd Dwyer,
Aye.
Bob Pease,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Ken Jones,
Aye.
and I for Richard Bursch. All right, the motion passes. Thank you very much, Steve.
Thank you very much, Richard.
So as usual, just notify the office when the erosion protection is in place
Absolutely.
so we can verify that. At this time, though, we should authorize Matt Morrow to sign the order of conditions on behalf of the members. So I will accept a motion to authorize Matt Morrow to sign the order of condition for the members.
So moved, Todd
Second.
Dwyer.
Second, Jack Rabbit.
And we'll do a roll call. Any other discussion? Roll call vote on the motion. Todd Dwyer,
Aye.
Bob Pease,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Ken Jones,
Aye.
and I for Richard Bursch. So that authorizes our agent Matt Morrow to adhere our signatures to the order of conditions for 120 Sunset Lane. All right, moving forward. Our next hearing pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Lunenburg Wetlands Protection Bylaws and Regulations as listed in Chapter 239. Doug Acker has filed a request for a determination for the removal of trees without stumping within a 100-foot buffer zone at 11 Willow Circle. So Amy, I have unmuted you if you would like to describe what you are looking to do.
Sure. Yeah, I'd like to request permission to cut some trees down in the backyard. Matt Morrow came out today and took some pictures. I don't know if they're available.
I did post them on the cloud.
Yep, yeah, I'll have up in just a second.
And the
Heard
reason,
from the top, Rich.
oh yeah, so we put some caution tape around the trees we'd like to remove.
Some of them, you might have a couple at the end that might be repeats.
Thank you for coming out today, Matt.
You're welcome. I hope you enjoyed my fashionable mask.
I did.
So I guess my first question, Amy, is how many trees are you looking to remove?
Quite honestly, I haven't counted them. Some of them are we tagged trees that we felt were weak or dead. And, trees that would provide a little better space for healthier trees, neighboring trees. And we were trying to be proactive by removing trees which have the potential of falling on the house in a storm.
Okay. So you're not removing half of the trees, or Matt, you have a better idea of the trees that are in the buffer zone?
Well, there are some that actually go up close to the wetland. There's actually quite a few of them that were marked. I don't have an exact count. I'd have to say there's probably about 10% of them that actually aren't full trees. They're dead stubs. And there are probably about, I don't know, 20% of them are dying or about dead. We probably would want to have like myself and maybe two of the commissioners to prevent large groups to go out and take a look at the trees.
Okay. When were you looking to take them down, Amy?
Well, we have a tree service ready to come out, I think, by the end of May, is what they said. But you know what? In speaking with the man who's going to, what's his name, Curtis, M&M Trees.
Yep.
One of the things he told me was that when there's mushrooms growing at the base of a tree, they're told not to climb it because it can fall. And so we, kept note of things like that too.
There were actually quite a few of those trees with mushrooms on them. They're not very large. As you can see by the photos, they're not very large caliber trees. A lot of them are scraggly. They were either growing in areas that they shouldn't because it was too wet for them, or they were simply just being outcompeted in that area.
All right. Bob, you have your hand up?
I looked at the property on the assessor's website, and it appears to me as though there's the house, there's a lawn behind the house, and then there's a wood line, and looks like, I can't be sure, like there's a stream that runs down behind the house parallel to the wood line back.
That is correct.
And,
That is correct.
And I honestly think we should have some kind of diagram that shows us where these trees are relative, to the wetland and in the buffer zones. We don't have that, so.
I have a question about, because, it's not my specialty with the trees, but having the water there, does that weaken the tree root system?
Generally, no, because trees that aren't going to be happy in that condition usually don't grow.
Ah, okay.
At this point, where Matt had recommended that we go out and take a look, are you okay if we try to come out on a Saturday or just a couple
Sure,
members to just view it? Okay.
Oh, sure.
And if you wouldn't mind, probably if you can, just a quick diagram of the stream bed, and then just dots on the trees you're looking to remove, just so we have something to have in our file for what was approved.
And what would I mark that on?
A piece of paper.
Oh, oh,
Just a
I was looking for
diagram with.
technology.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't happen to have anything really easy right at my fingertips here to show you.
Okay. Sure, I'll do my best.
Yeah, I think the
Amy, what I can do for you is I can basically clip out an aerial photo of your property that
Oh,
shows
okay.
everything clearly because it would have been taken in the spring of last year.
Okay.
And it'll show the stream that Mr. Pease was referring to, and you could actually take that and draw the, put the dots where the trees are on that diagram.
Okay.
It
Sure.
actually will show the tops of the trees too. They're not in full bloom because it was taken like March of last year.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
So,
Great.
you should be able to see things quite clearly.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
So if you go to lunenburgma.gov, you can go to the assessor's website, and that will give you at least an idea of where is Willow Street.
It's off Cortland.
Part of the village of Flat Hill.
Careful. Yeah, it's Flat Hill.
Oh, Flat Hill.
It's part of the village.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, so then you could just drill down and get your lot.
Now, I missed the full name, Lunenburg what? Was it? To find
Lunenburg, MA.
.gov?
Yep.
Okay,
And,
okay.
and you can turn on the overhead, I'm sorry, the aerial photographs. And, you can see the wood line in the stream location and all that stuff.
Is that in layers, Bob?
Yes.
They also should have the 2019 ortho photos from Mass GIS on the local layer as well.
Yeah, they do.
I'm sorry, Rich, it's not on layers. It's on, you go up to the upper right-hand corner and you'll see like 4 squares right there. Switch base maps, and you go under local and you'll see, the local one in the middle there. Not ESRI, and it'll pull up, the one Matt's referring to from 2019.
Actually, my husband has a drone. Maybe he can take a picture of this drone.
That would work too.
Except it won't have the property lines on it.
Right.
Oh, that's true. Okay.
All right. But yes, if you're okay with that, we'll
Sure.
work with Matt to get out there, have a couple members take a look.
Would that be this Saturday, or will you let me know so I can get this ready for you?
Yep.
Or- Okay. Great.
Yeah, Matt, are you available this Saturday?
Yeah, I just give me a time.
Your choice.
9 a.m. Good, Amy?
Yes, it is. That's fine.
All right. We'll plan on Matt and a couple members meet out there for a site walk at 9 on Saturday.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
And in the meantime, if you get a chance to print out and mark on this, the trees you're looking to take down,
Sure.
we'll have that for our submission.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you. At this point, I will open it up to the public to see if there are any comments from the public on 11 Willow Circle. Any other members have a question or comment for the applicant before I accept a motion to continue?
I have
No.
no questions.
All right, seeing none, I will accept a motion to continue 11 Willow Circle until, what's the next meeting, Matt?
May 6th, I believe.
All right, I'll accept a motion to continue to Wednesday, May 6th.
So moved. Todd Dwyer.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second, John Rabbit.
We have a motion, a second. Any other discussion? Please signify by raising your hand. We have none, so we'll have a roll call vote on the motion. Todd Dwyer,
Aye.
Bob Pease,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Ken Jones,
Aye.
and I, Richard Burge, vote aye as well. So, all right, motion carries. We'll continue the meeting until May 6th, and we'll get out for a site walk and see you on Saturday at 9, Amy.
Okay. Thank you, Richard. And thanks, everyone. Good night.
Thank you. Be safe and have a good night.
Thank you.
All right, moving forward with our next hearing. Pursuant to Mass General Law, pursuant to Lunenburg Wetland Bylaw and Regulations as listed in Chapter 239, Lois Sanders has filed a notice of intent for the construction of a septic system within the 100-foot buffer zone at 12 Pine Acres. And
Mr. Chairman, just a note, this is a bylaw hearing only, as it is a protected wetland under our local bylaw because it's isolated. So there's going to be no DEP number issued as it's not a state filing.
all right. And who do we have presenting? Just raise your hand. Do you recognize anybody, Matt, for,
Looks like Dan Proctor's raising his hand on the screen.
Okay.
Rich.
Hello, Dan.
Good evening.
I was gonna say, is Mary Ann DePinto is also a participant.
Yes, she is.
So if you wanted to unmute Mary Ann as well.
There we go. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Mary Ann.
Hi there, Matt. Let me know when you're ready.
We are ready. I believe this is the plan I have up now.
Okay, well, Doug Smith delineated a portion of an isolated wetland. I went out there and verified his wetland flags. I believe Matt also has looked at it.
Yes.
And only place to locate this septic repair is where it is. The soils were difficult in places, and this was the best spot. It's a Presby system. So it's outside of the 30-foot, but within 50 feet of the isolated wetland. And straw wattles will be placed between the work area and the wetland.
What is the conditions of the site now?
It's lawn,
Okay, it's all lawn.
yes.
Okay.
Jacob, can you take him upstairs, please?
Getting angry about her.
That's-
Okay. So is there an existing system here now?
Dan?
Yes.
Is there an existing
Yes, Richard.
system on site?
Where the proposed 1,500-gallon septic tank is going, that is the system there now is a cesspool,
Oh,
about 8 feet deep. This house dates back into the late 1800s. I know you introduced it as Pine Acres. It's Pine Street, right on the corner of Arbor. This woman takes impeccable care of her property and always has. She's just being proactive. She knows it's in failure. It's in the groundwater. She wants to have it replaced so her children do not have to worry about it later in life. So that's why we're here this evening.
Okay. And it's gone to the Board of Health?
Yes, we have a permit in hand.
Okay, only reason I asked is just the proximity to the street, so.
Yep, no, permit is in hand. We were issued the permit on March 2nd.
Okay. And is the grading just in the system area in the, here itself, or is the grading gonna go into the 30-foot no disturb?
So the system area right there is in fill, meaning there's fill there now, so that fill will have to be removed, septic sand put in. There is approximately 10 feet of filling into the 30-foot no disturbance zone.
Okay. So this,
It basically picks the grade up about a foot.
okay.
Yep.
So the wattles here will be the limit of work?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, at this time, I'll open it up to other commissioners for questions. Todd Dwyer,
I have no questions.
Bob Pease,
Is the entire area in question now presently lawn?
It is all on now.
yes.
Thank you.
Katie Childs,
No questions.
Carl Luck,
No questions.
Jack Rabbit.
Mr. Chairman, we did have a chance to do a site visit on that, and I will absolutely confirm that it is all grass. It is very, very wet. I'm amazed they're able to find a spot, and I think that's about the only place they could put it. It was, you're walking on the grass, and you're thinking you're almost walking on water. It was that
Okay.
wet.
I did just blow up for people to see. This is the site here with the pin. So it does look like it's pretty much all lawn and developed at this point. Ken Jones, any questions?
I have no questions.
Any questions from the public? Please feel free to raise your hand and I will acknowledge you. Matt, have you received any email questions? No. Sorry about that, Matt. Have you received any questions, Matt?
I'm looking. I don't see anything.
All right. Seeing none, and seeing as there's no other comments from commissioners, I will accept the motion to approve the replacement of the septic system at 12 Pine Street.
So moved. Todd Dwyer.
Second, Kitty Childs.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll have a roll call vote. Todd Dwyer,
Aye.
Bob Pease,
All right.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Ken Jones,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well, Richard Bursch. All right, thank you very much, Dan and Mary Ann.
Great. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
You too. Okay, moving forward. Please be advised that the town of Lunenburg DPW has filed a request for determination of applicability in accordance with Massachusetts Regulations 310 CMR 10 and Chapter 239 Wetland Protection of the Town of Lunenburg zoning bylaws for the property located at 520 Chase Road. The proposed activity includes the replacement of the existing underground storage tanks and fleet vehicle dispensers with new above-ground storage tanks and new dispensing equipment. The project will involve replacement of the refueling surfaces with new concrete. Let me get you on here, Jack. You can describe what's going on.
Sure.
And do you have anybody else presenting with you, Jack?
I do, Richard, Bob Coluccio.
Okay. All right, Bob, I've unmuted you as well.
Okay.
Does this look like the set of plans that you've submitted, Jack and Bob?
Yes, it does.
Okay. If you want to start and describe what you've got going on here.
Okay. Well, first of all, my name is Bob Coluccio. I'm with Webb Engineering Associates. And our specialty is designing these kinds of fueling facilities. And currently the town has underground storage tanks in the form of an 8,000 gallon gasoline and a 4-gallon diesel fuel. And then they have two positions where they can fuel vehicles. And the proposal is to replace the underground storage tanks with, instead of an 8 and a 4,000, it would be a 4 and a 4,000, 4,000 gasoline, 4,000 diesel, but it would be above ground tanks so that the town would basically, at least on this property, be getting out of the underground tank business. And then we would be replacing and improving the dispensing area. Right now, the concrete is old and the dispensers are old. Everything will be brought up to current standards. All, tanks will be double walled. Dispensers will have containment sumps under them, and all the piping, underground piping will be double walled, and there'll be sensors monitoring everything. As you can see that our plan is to locate everything outside of the 100-foot buffer zone. We thought that a request for determination might be in order because we're going to be appreciably affecting asphalt surfaces on the property. So the way that this works is that we're not going to significantly impact impervious surfaces. Therefore, we're not significantly impacting any offsite or any peak discharge. The way above ground tank works is the storm water will hit it, but it just rolls off of it and that down onto the ground. the tanks will sit on concrete mats, which will basically be installed in the general area where we're showing it. I'm going to try to stick as close to the asphalt line as possible. So basically, I'm not sure what else I might need to cover.
Just,
We can get these are the plans you're looking at right there. I submitted those before I had a survey done. And so though that's why these are not really shouldn't be used at this point.
okay.
Because of timing issues, we wanted to see if we can get, I think that there's some town funding, some available funding that has to be used by a certain date. So we scheduled a meeting and I gave an application. That's not far from that is good. That drawing you got right there is not a bad drawing to use. We'll be designing it a bit differently, but not fundamentally, meaning that this shows all the bells and whistles for the most part.
Okay, so going back, so the tanks will be standalone. You're
No,
not
see,
gonna have dispensers on either side of the tanks?
No, that's not correct. That was basically what these drawings here were done by a contractor. I think that was we had been talking to Jack, and then between the two of them, I was brought in to make sure everything met code, and that would be sort of an awkward setup, according to my opinion. So if you go back to the site plan where I show the proposed, this plan was done right after I got the, as soon as I got the survey. And so I basically marked it up to show where we would be doing everything. You see, I don't know, I can't work the mouse, right? But you can see,
Right.
You can see the split compartment tank I'm showing there, right there. And this.
So the tanks are on pads. Is there some sort of way that if the tanks do leak, that it gathers the fuel so it doesn't run into the brook?
Those are double wall tanks. They're actually fire guard tanks. That's a classification of above ground storage tank that is both secondarily contained. It's fire rated, so that what they did was they subjected these the UL, in order to get the UL listing, they subject the tanks to a liquid pool fire, and they measure the temperature inside the tanks, and if it meets a certain standard after 4 hours of the exterior of the tank being in that liquid pool fire, then it is said to meet a UL fire guard tank. And so they will both, so they're double walled, they're fire rated, they're projectile proof. And also, probably your basic pedestrian type vehicle. They're also traffic proof, but we will have traffic protection around them so that, they can't get hit. So yeah, they're double walled.
All right.
If there was a leak to the inside tank, we have a sensor between the inner and the outer wall that would give an alarm right away. They also will have high level alarms and high level shutoffs. The connection where the truck connects is going to take place in a spill cabinet, which will be capable of containing somewhere between 15 and 20 gallons.
Okay.
The tanks will have anti-siphon, so that there would be no possibility for the contents of the tanks to siphon out. There'll be, where your mouse is now, that's where the dispensers are. And there'll be sumps underneath those dispensers with where if there's a leak in the dispenser, it would be detected. If there's any leaking in the piping, the outer wall, the piping is double walled, the outer wall of the pipe is connected to a sump at each end of the piping so that we'll have two sensors that will pick it up. We're going to use more than likely a fiberglass type of pipe. And they hold up very well. Above ground piping will be painted carbon steel, but underground it will be a non-corrosive type of pipe.
All right. So what is the capacity of the sumps that are going to be here at the dispensers?
Well, they're in the vicinity, right now, that's something that's subject to the design because that's more going to be a factor of how deep I make the sump, but they will hold a minimum of 30 gallons. You know, they're sizable. You know, they're probably, let's say somewhere between 2 feet by 3 feet wide and then 2 or 3 feet deep. You know, so they're substantial, but you will get the alarm long before. I've in my experience, I've been doing this for 30 years. I've actually the only time I've ever opened up a dispenser and saw the sumps full of liquid, it wasn't from a leaking pipe or leaking dispenser. It was because the filters were inside the dispensers and they just got sloppy. So otherwise, I could say that I've never opened up a dispenser and seen the sump full of oil or gasoline. Now, there might be someone who would disagree with that, but I've been doing inspections at these facilities for a long time. So the technology on all of this has come a long way.
All right. Is this area that's inside the hay bales, is that going to be resurfaced?
That would be the plan because, what I've done is I've actually moved the refueling area out of the way of the garage. You can see the opening for the garage there. And I thought that because first of all, the tank, that's the best place to put the tanks. So I'm trying to keep them as far away from that as possible without locating them in the 100-foot buffer zone or in the easement. There's an easement there. So yeah, we're going to be severely impacting the asphalt. So we would have to, as part of that project, the asphalt will have to be resurfaced.
Okay.
It'll be an improvement because right now, it's a little bit on the older side.
Mm-hmm.
And in the area where you see the tanks, there's a lot of wood. It's a very broken edge.
Okay.
So
The old tanks are removed, and I take it the soil is tested around them to make sure they haven't leaked, or what is the procedure for removing the old tanks?
Yep, in accordance with the state DEP underground storage tank regulations, you have to remove a tank. You have to prepare an environmental closure report, and we'll have an LSP who is a licensed site professional. Being conservation, you probably have heard of it. It's a certification that's given by the state of Massachusetts to characterize subsurface soils after a tank removal, as well as initiate any kind of cleanup. And that report will be, can be given to the Conservation Commission when it's done.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have the LSP there when the tanks come out, sample the soil, we'll have a soil pile resulting, we'll sample side walls and
it's kind of your fault you didn't hear each other.
All right. I guess I had one quick question. We just permitted a gas station. And, they've got a complete stormwater report. They've got gas separating sumps and tanks and things like that. I was just wondering why we're not looking to go a little bit more conservative with the protection of any spills where we're in such close proximity to the brook. Bob.
Well, I guess that's why we're here. If we have to do that, then we're basically going into a notice of intent.
Okay.
They don't, we're basically my scope of work was to repeat what you have with current standards.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I myself would rather see us be a little more conservative in our design where we're that close to the brook. And unfortunately, we're uphill, so any spills that may occur there, whether inadvertent or are gonna run down the pavement. There's no curbing around the end of the parking lot to slow it down, and it's just gonna go right into the brook. So I do have a concern of that. I do see another member with their hand up, and I'll open it up to other members at this time. If you just raise your hand and I will acknowledge you. Jack?
Mr. Chairman, if I could, just three quick questions. I'm a little bit confused in that we basically have a riverfront here and we have a 200-foot buffer. Why are we within 100 feet?
I think they're outside of the 100-foot riparian line.
Yeah, but they're well within the 200. They're barely at the 100.
Yeah.
I was under the impression that whenever we could, we would try to take that, especially those kinds of materials, and move them as far away from a stream as possible. And I'm wondering, does it have to be in that location? The second question, which was briefly addressed, was the issue of nozzle spillage. And I didn't see any real designs there or capturing, and perhaps that is there.
Well, there will be positive limiting barriers. What it's just that they're just by the nature of the scale. You see how I have a dark edge around the around the refueling pad.
Yeah.
They're positive limiting barriers. They're designed, so that they would retain a small measure of gasoline in the event. They don't have those now, so this would be an improvement.
If someone left the nozzle in the tractor and it was running and running and running, and someone didn't notice and didn't trip, would that outside pad be large enough to capture all that spillage? And conceivably, I'm not talking. No. I'm talking 100 gallons.
Right. Yeah. You're correct on an academic basis, but that's not the. You've never, when you go to a gas station. I know you just did one where you required them to put in an oil water separator, but that's.
Yeah, I can see it
happening.
And when I've seen people drive off with their nozzles and everything. But the last question for this.
Well, the nozzle has these hoses would have a breakaway, so that
they would shut down. I'm saying I've seen all sorts of things happen in a gas station, and more often than it's just an overflow state. And it can, especially if you're putting 200 gallons of fuel into a large tractor or a large vehicle, you don't stand there holding it. You start it up and you walk away. That can be if that's an issue, that obviously that can be remedied, because you can defeat the you can defeat that latch. Right. And so if we can put a defeat mechanism there and move it further away. And the last question I have is that, okay, you've got some barriers around these outside tanks. What happens when you hit them with a bulldozer? Someone wicks the bucket around and misses it. How well will those tanks withstand that? I understand that you've got fire protection, you've got a double layered tank, but are the uprights going to be sufficient to take a hit on any kind of heavy equipment that might back into it?
Well, we'll have traffic. What we typically would do, and then what we would do here is surround it with 6-inch pipe bollards.
Yeah.
And so I don't think any kind of equipment is going to damage those. However, if they have their bucket up, then I suppose
they're just backing into it.
Well, we try to put the adequate traffic protection so that doesn't happen.
Yeah. So I'm looking at the possibility of essentially hitting the tank with something really big. I'm looking at a possibility of nozzle spillage, and I'm also going within 200 feet of the riverfront. So the first question, and back to my first question, why do we have to put it so close to the riverfront? Why can't we move it up to another piece of the property?
Yeah, that's looking at the riverfront line,
and by the way, I totally support.
We'd have to go over by the sand piles. probably.
Hey, Jack, I did unmute you if you did have a comment as to this location as opposed to an alternate location.
Well, am I unmuted, Richard?
You are, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me back up a little bit with John's concerns. I certainly appreciate that. And it might be difficult, John, for you to perceive the traffic control, not the traffic control, the barriers that will be outside of this tank. I mean, not to be facetious, you could come up with an excavator or some sort of crane that in any possibility to hit it. This will have standard protection, which is standard in the industry. But to your other question about where can it go, where else could it go on the property? Well, the brook runs along the whole frontage of the highway garage, and the garage itself is pushed way back when it was built, way back almost to the property line. So that eliminates anything to the rear. As far as any location to the right, we looked at that. There, if you're familiar with it, if anybody that's been by, it used to house a very large sand pile, and where it says existing building, there's some salt and some mixture in there. Well, we no longer use sand, so we're eliminating the sand pile. And you may say, well, you know, why not that spot? Well, for one thing, if you were to view that today or any day, the water table is at the level of the asphalt. That's the existing water table right now, and it's certainly not optimum for building a fuel distribution facility. It also is not practical in terms of running the conduit and the emergency alarm system and everything to, which is now the furthest building to the left. A lot of that's in place. There's office, there's people there. We'd have to run that all around the back or in the front. That's impractical. And the only other place on the property would be the upper level. I don't know if you've ever been there, but that just would not be practical in terms of police and fire vehicles. It's storage, it's materials, it's manholes and things like that. We're on borrowed time with this facility or this distribution system that's on the left. It's been there since 1970. Knock on wood, we haven't had any problems with it, but as our vendor described, we've been on borrowed time for a number of years. We've been fortunate enough not to have any spills of any consequence, and I think you can always come up with a scenario, a what-if scenario, and certainly we look to prevent any negative impact from that. But first of all, we don't have tanks that are 200 gallons, so we would never be putting 200 gallons in a vehicle. I require, and it's not that it doesn't ever happen, but that the person stand there while they're filling it. We do have safeguards on the nozzles that will click off. If somebody drives away, I think it might be confusing a gas station situation with this. Maybe a police vehicle might do that. Highly unlikely, but if it did, they have breakaway capacities where it would not just spurt all over the ground in any sort of number of gallons. So I don't know if that answers or helps you at all, but if you look at the 100 foot, why are we putting it there? Well, if you look at the 100 foot and then you look at the 250, there really isn't a whole lot of space, empty space where something of this size can go. Now, remember, we're not just looking at cruisers here and small pickups or even snowplows. We're looking at large fire apparatus, heavy equipment, and we need to access the garage and move around the facility. So I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, Jack, thank you. You know, first of all, you've been a great friend to a lot of folks in town and, you know, and the Conservation Commission, of course. I had the opportunity a few years back, we were installing some beaver cheaters and some conservation areas. And when I
Beaver
had a
deceivers?
chance, I went back and so you had a whole pile of piping and things like that in that area. And thought, well, why can't I move the piping down to where the fuel tanks were you're proposing and clean that area out and move the fuel depot further up to where all that material was. And it looked like it was pretty easy to move. And, you know, you had a lot of swing space there for the equipment. And so that's what's prompting my question. And that gets me a little bit further away from, you know, that brook that takes care of a lake full of residents who really aren't interested in seeing that area contaminated through some sort of spillage. And so I'm saying, why wouldn't we want to err on, you know, remove all risk or take the risk number down as low as you possibly could? So why wouldn't we just swap the locations around?
Yeah, I don't think that's, I appreciate your comment, John, and your kind words, but I just don't think that's practical to have emergency vehicles or other vehicles. Oftentimes that's not cleared of ice and snow. This is extremely accessible. You come right off the right off the roadway. The parking lot's always cleared. It's always cleared right there at the pumps. It may not be as simple as just swapping pipes and whatnot from one area and putting it up at the top.
Yeah, they were just basically stationed and positioned there and saying, okay, we can move those down. I don't know if you had any racking or not, and I know you had some covers, and so put those down the lower end and go up the other end and use that.
If we can, Jack, I'm just going to move on at this point.
Yeah. Thank you.
Ken Jones had your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment. I think, you know, for a couple of reasons, I feel like this is important to move on as rapidly as possible. I think, you know, the consultant and Jack have talked about a ticking time bomb. I think this is, to get these underground tanks out of the ground is critical. And I think the above ground tanks are a really good solution. I think they're more easily to observe. The underground tanks you can't observe when you're filling them, and you don't know whether they're leaking or not. So I think it's important to get those out of the ground as quick as we can. I think, you know, Jack just talked about accessibility and the ease of bringing in large fire apparatus, police cruisers, DPW equipment. This is really the only spot on the property to do that on safely and efficiently. And then financially for the town, there's some time constraints here too. We need to get this done. There's some earmark money that we're going to get from the state that is going to expire. So I think it's important that we do that for that reason as well. But I think environmentally, I think, you know, to get the tanks out of the ground, and there are going to be more safeguards in place than there are currently there now. So I think that's, you know, I think we should move on this rapidly rather than put it off. So that's my opinion.
Thank you, Ken. Carl, you had your hand up.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yeah, I share Mr. Abbott's concern, but I also fully support what Ken just said. We need to get, you know, the town made a commitment to getting these above ground tanks, and there's a lot of reasons to do that, and to do that in a timely manner. However, to do it in the best manner we can. It's not our purview, but certainly at town meeting, my impression and a couple comments at the town meeting, that the understanding when the town voted to approve these was that they were going to be moved away from the multis, because there were two major issues driving this. The first one obviously was the underground tanks and concerns, but the second one was, if they leak, they're near the multis, and one of the goals was to get them the heck out of the area of the multis and out of the 200 foot riparian zone. So I think that's very important. I think what I just sensed from between the engineer and then Jack's comments was that we haven't really taken a very hard look. We haven't had any professionals take a look at the rest of that area and see if there isn't a place that these could be put. there's been a couple of comments about, that garage entrance, big equipment, ladder trucks, big equipment in that garage entrance, and we're clustering everything right in that tight area. Very concerned about protection of those tanks. We've got, again, Jack said, very big equipment here. We've got huge dump trucks loaded with sand with huge plows on them that are going to be maneuvering around that area. Driven by good, hardworking people that have been working, many hours plowing the snow. It's not inconceivable that one of those big trucks with a big plow couldn't be heading right directly towards those tanks. So I think they are susceptible. And which brings me to my next concern. There really isn't any detail here. It wasn't in the contract by the engineer from the sounds of it. So I think he did what he was contracted to do. But we're being asked to look at something and kind of go on faith that all of the I's are going to be dotted and T's crossed regarding safety, retention, stormwater, pavement, all of these issues, and it's just not here. Which brings me to my the other thing was the timeliness. We certainly don't know how long these tanks are going to last, but I don't think the things we're talking about are going to take more than a few months. And this was passed at town meeting nearly a year ago now. It was passed first time, I think, 2 or 3 years ago. So I think we need to take the time, and if it's another month or another 2 months, to make sure we get this right and protect the mulpus as best we can, and which is our job, is to protect the environment. And I think we need to take that time. Which brings me to the final point, is I think that this, because of all the concerns and the lack of detail and the need to have a rigorous process, I think that we need to have an NOI file for this and go through the NOI process. I think it's more than appropriate in this case. We would require that if it was a gas station. I don't know why we wouldn't require it if it's a town gas station. So I would strongly support having an NOI done and trying to push this thing out of the riparian zone, and the town doesn't have to deal with conservation at all, and we protected the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. At this point, do any other members have any questions? Todd? Todd, hold on.
I don't have any questions, Rich. I largely agree with the comments by Jack and Carl, but I don't know, having visited the site, I don't know that there really is a better location to place the tanks. So I think at this time, personally, I think I'd vote in favor.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I do agree that this is a project that we should be moving on. I'm not sure what the time constraint is on the funding. I do have a bit of a concern that we're putting, we're going to be tearing the area up to take the old tanks out. We're going to be taking the old dispenser area out, putting a new dispenser area in. I think this is a perfect opportunity to also control the stormwater and have some mitigation in place in case there is a spill. I mean, it sounds like the tanks are pretty solid. I would like to see a little more detail as far as how it's going to have the traffic protection around it. But I think this area, especially where it is in such close proximity to the brook, definitely needs to have some better mitigation for spills and accidents and things that happen at the pump station, where it is not, especially after hours, manned all that well, just because of the nature of it being a municipal depot. I think sometimes accidents can happen and they aren't noticed for a longer period of time than if it happened at a busy gas station or gas station where customers are coming in and out. So I do think this would be a good opportunity to improve the area and get us some mitigation in there against spillage, just in case there is a problem. Moving forward, Bob Pease, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. I mean, in a perfect world, it'd be nice to move it farther from the brook. I don't see any place, given the constraints of the site, where it could be farther from the brook. I'd like to focus on the fact that, I heard the engineer say that this is an improvement, as far as spill containment over what we've got there now. So I think I agree with Todd that I'd be, willing to vote for it, but those are my thoughts at this time.
Katie Childs, do you have any comments?
No additional questions. I pretty much agree with what everyone has said. I can see how the site, we might not be able to move the tanks, how it's a time issue, but I also think we do need more detail in what we need with the traffic issues and everything. So I personally would like to see an NOI for this project.
Okay, thank you, Katie. Carl, you had commented, Jack had commented, Ken had commented. Carl, yes?
I just wanted to add, I forgot to mention, the timing has come up. And even. Hello? Is that me? Hello.
I think it was
even things like the COVID-19 have silver linings, and one of them is that most grants, I'm not sure about this one, but I think this one as well, are being extended because of situation. So I don't think the grant funding and timing is a timing issue. That maybe when they leak, maybe is a timing issue, but I am pretty sure that the grant timing will be extended because of the situation that we're in today. And I do appreciate, none of us know if there's another location on that lot, but none of us are but maybe Todd's professional could make a judgment on that given proper time. But I think just because we don't know, what I keep hearing is we don't know, which means we don't know that there isn't another location on that lot either.
Okay. Jack Rabbit?
Mr. Chairman, would it be possible to have a site walk? Another site walk to walk the property and see what the terrain looks like. There's been a lot of good stormwater improvements being made there, and a lot of things to show off. But at the same time, I really am thinking that there might be another location, and I'd just like to be. I'm very happy to be proven wrong. It's just that this is too big a risk. You're talking about a significant damage to a major piece of the town if this does happen. And I think we should look at our willingness to accept risk numbers and actually I'll step through and do a risk analysis exercise with you folks and see where we might want to take some preventative actions to lower that risk number down. But right now, and I totally agree with you, the details aren't there. And I would be interested in seeing, what we can come up with. And that's what I'm offering. I'd like to see a site walk as well as, let's go back and do an RDA.
You mean an NOI?
NOI, excuse me, NOI. We're going to do an RDA.
Any other questions from commissioners? I do have a member of the public looking to speak. All right, seeing none, I will recognize Dave Passios. Oop, what happened to Dave?
Muted.
There we go.
There we go. Dave Passios, 56 Whiting Street. First of all, I'd like to commend the commission for doing its due diligence and asking the tough questions and furthering the concerns of town meeting in regards to the proximity of the tanks and filling facilities to the brook. Most of my questions have been answered already this evening. I'd like to make one comment, and then if possible, I'd like to know the location of one thing on the on the site there where the tanks are proposed to be set. First of all, the funding, even if there isn't an extension granted, I'm not sure exactly what the numbers are, and Jack may be able to give us those numbers, but it's my understanding that the grant money and the way it was worded at town, the additional money funded at town meeting was for removal of the tanks. My question through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Roddickens, if he has the numbers, is the cost of tank removal versus the earmark. Because if there is no extension of the deadline, then the earmark has to be expended by the end of the fiscal year. Would removal of the tanks and regrading of the property use that amount up?
Mr. Rodrikins?
Yeah, I think I understand the question. Let me be clear about this, the speculation on the grant. I didn't get a chance to speak to this earlier this evening, but I did speak to the town manager, and in the last, at least the last two, perhaps three selectmen's meetings, and I know these have been awkward and difficult to view, but once we signed the contract with the state, we do have the amount is $165,000. We do have a concern, given the situation with the current environment, but that money seems to be solid, that we don't have to expend it by, according to the town manager, by June 30. That's a positive. That was not the case some months ago. That is the case now. To Dave's point, in terms of should we use that money now, I think what you're getting at, Dave, correct me if I'm wrong, is we could spend that money and we would get reimbursed that money, and the exercise of spending it would be to remove the tanks.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware of, I guess I missed that there's basically an understood extension on the expenditure of that money. But what I was saying was if we were still up against that deadline, would the removal of the tanks and regrading of that property use up that amount? I don't know what your estimates or your actual numbers are.
Yeah, I think that, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, that's fine.
I think that might be a moot point at this point, because even today, my conversation with the police chief and then with the town manager has given us some breathing room on that $165,000. So I don't think, I know what you're getting at, Dave. I don't think that'd be necessary to expend that right away and be in a hurry to do that. Plus the hardship on police and fire, might figure in, but again, that's a moot point, because the last thing I heard today was the pressure may be off in terms of the June 30 deadline.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
As for locating something on that plan, I see you've moved to the satellite image. But Jack, just if you could give me a rough idea, that there's the plan back, where the old tanks are presently, because that's not shown on this plan, best I can tell.
The old fuel tanks?
Right, the underground tanks that'll be removed.
All right, I just lost it. This one's, this is not the Google view. This, just to, as you see, existing building, the longer diagonal furthest left. The underground tanks are where it says concrete pumps, concrete pad with pumps. You see two small circles to the left of that jog out.
Yeah, those are the covers to the tanks.
Those are the covers. Yeah, those are the covers. Obviously, the tanks are much larger underground, but those are the covers of the existing tanks. Yeah.
Okay, and the new tanks will be more towards that line that says EP along it.
That's what we've proposed. Correct.
Yep. Oh, okay. That's fine. I mean, it moves those onto solid, undisturbed ground rather than on freshly refilled area and manually compacted ground. So that
It does.
should be a good stable spot for them.
It does.
Lastly, one quick comment in regards to one of the previous speakers. I agree that I don't think any professional has been asked to look at the rest of the property. The focus has always been from the start on this end of the building, and I understand the reasons stated earlier in the meeting, but I think there should be a site walk as you've proposed, and I think there should be a professional there that can say, yeah, it's possible they could be put here, or no, they can't be put here. That's the best spot for them. Finally, and this is my last thing, I'd like to go on the record as being a citizen who does not feel the town should be in the fuel storage business, period, and was not really thrilled about replacing the tanks, even with above ground tanks. Thank you.
Dave? Do we have any other comments from the public at this time? Please raise your hand if you do. Jack Rabbit?
Mr. Chairman, could you go back to the satellite image that you just displayed of the lot?
I can. So this is the area where they're looking to go now?
Yes.
This is the existing tank pad.
There you go. Yeah, right there.
And if you could pan over to the storage area.
Looks like this is the area where the new tanks are looking to go.
Right, right.
Just to show, this is the brook right here.
Mhm.
As it runs under the driveway.
Yeah.
And it runs right along the whole piece of property. And then goes back under the street.
Mr. Chairman, if you go to the right and see the storage area right next to the salt shed area, again, my observation was that this material could be easily moved, and it's large enough to support a wide turn on just about any piece of equipment. I also understand there's an elevation difference from the salt shed to that back area, but that would get me the 200 feet and reduce the possibility of having a catastrophic. And that's why I'm interested in having a site walk done and seeing if we can come up with something that will further protect that wetland and that downstream lake.
So you're looking up in this area, Jack?
Yeah, and down further, there's a broken asphalt, that whole broken asphalt area.
And this is the 200-foot riparian.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I can get trucks up there, and the thing is, so you relocate the material. There's no major construction per se, I don't believe, Jack. You correct me if I'm wrong. And I'm just thinking that might be an opportunity to assure that we can, dramatically reduce the risk number.
Okay, Bob Pease, you have your hand up?
I've heard a lot of talk about a site walk. I think if the commission is going to go in the direction of looking at alternate locations, it should be a professional engineer that advises us rather than commission members going out there and saying, yeah, I think it could go here. Or, yeah, I think it could go there. I think, that advice should come from a professional, who does this for a living.
Thank you, Bob. All right.
Diverse.
Yes.
If for contemplating a site walk, which I think is fine, to Mr. Pease's point, I think it should have some professional influence, but professional influence also from our public safety officials. What may seem convenient to someone on the commission, and it may very well be so.
Okay. And to that
It
point,
may be extremely.
I don't necessarily think it should be up to the commission to determine an alternate site. I think it is our determination is this site adequate and would we approve it here? If the commission said, no, we don't want it here, then it would be up to the applicant to go back and determine another spot for it. So I don't know if it's necessarily our job to go out on site to determine another spot. I do think that we should all go out on site to take a look at it, to view at least this area here and its proximity to the brook, and to make sure that the mitigations that have been proposed are sufficient to protect the brook from the project that we have. But I don't necessarily agree with Mr. Rabbit that it should be our position to go out and determine the spot that it should go. Again, that's my opinion. I do see a couple hands up. We'll start with Ken Jones.
I think to that point, Mr. Chairman, I think that the end users, the public safety groups, police, fire, and the DPW who use this on a daily basis have already come out and said this is the best spot for it. So we don't need to look at an alternative location for it. That's the location that it should be placed. That's the location that it's been for 30 years, 30 more years. And as far as the fueling operations go, I think, you know, talking about risk analysis, Jack, I think that, you know, we can look at risk analysis and we've been using this facility for this many years and with very good success. So as far as a safety standpoint, a risk standpoint, I think that this location has proven itself that it is a safe location to do it. And I think that putting in the above ground tanks increases the safety margin to the environment. And I think that we're putting in some other measures that do increase that. So I think for these host of reasons, I think that, you know, we can study this to death and we can walk around the site and we can say, well, that looks like a better spot, but the spot that we're proposing it is the spot that it should be. So I think that, you know, I think that we've already done that.
Mr. Chairman, if I might respond.
Actually, Carl had his hand up.
You first. I'm sorry.
I defer to Jack if you wanted to respond to Ken.
Mr. Chairman, when we look at this, you know, there hasn't been an accident occurring yet. We're changing the way things run. You know, before your tanks were underground, not likely to get hit. Whole series of other variables come into play. But when you look at risk, you look at, first of all, what's the probability? And then you come back and you look at what is the impact of that occurring, and then your ability to detect. So whatever site we select, we need to be looking at those three variables and trying to find the best and lowest risk that we can come up with. And there's all sorts of tables you use to come up with that. And I'm suggesting the other location because I think it's going to give us the ability to, first of all, the ability to detect a problem before it gets to that brook. And by detecting it, we're able to remediate it. It gives us this time.
Can I speak to that real quick? Because I completely disagree with Jack right now.
Okay.
The ability to detect the proximity to the building and the proximity to the road gives you the ability to detect a problem long before it would way up in the back that nobody ever goes to. Nobody ever sees that. Nobody ever goes up there.
Okay,
so the ability to detect the problem is far better in the location that it's proposed.
You're presupposing a design, Ken, and that essentially I could put four storage tanks right below that to capture all the fuel that could go in. And we're trying to come up with the best solution to reduce the risk, to protect that environment, protect that lake, protect those residents. And I'm open to whatever locations you come out with, but we should be comparing that to other alternatives that are going to knock down the risk.
All right, we could just move on from that, Jack. Let others speak. Carl?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I you know, as much as I love site walks and, you know, love problem solving and finding other locations, I have to agree with you. Our job tonight is really to evaluate an RDA, and my biggest concern, keeping those blinders on, that that this is the spot that was chosen for whatever reasons to come before us. Now we need to do our job. We need to make sure that what is being proposed is being done is safe a way and taking into account all of the possible issues associated with this proposal. And I do not think we have enough information to be able to assure ourselves or the public that we're doing that job. And I would strongly suggest that we deny the RDA and have a NOI so we can get the detail, so we can make sure all of the storm drain, all of the safety precautions and everything is taken into account in this location. So I would strongly advocate that we that we go through an NOI process. I would also like to that would also give the DEP the ability to weigh in and review this and help us make sure that this is done in as safe a way to the environment as we can.
Great, thank you, Carl. Bob Pease?
I think this discussion about choosing sites and evaluating alternative sites is beyond the scope of our authority. We have an application. We should, our job is to consider the application and, evaluate it. And it's not our job to start telling them where the tank should be located. Either they can make this work in this location and, we approve it, or we don't. We don't start telling them, how to do their job and where to put their tank. I'm not sure, if there's additional detail that we need. I don't know why we can't ask for it under the RDA. I don't know why we have to go to an NOI process. If there's additional detail, that commissioners feel is missing, let's say, what's the additional detail that you want to see, and ask them to supply it, under the RDA process rather than starting over again, with an NOI. Those are my thoughts at this time.
As you asked, I guess I'll start with the difference between the NOI and the RDA, and it happens to be a big one, is DEP review of the application, the mitigation, the design, and the site. We are storing 8,000 gallons of petroleum products 150 feet from the Mopus Brook, which does in short order flow down into Hickory Hills. I myself, while I think leaks are highly unlikely from the tanks, there is no detail as to how the tanks are protected from the equipment that is on site. There is large equipment that is on site, so there is the possibility of that. And again, there is the possibility of accidents at the dispenser area, overflowing tanks, damage to the pumps themselves, some sort of accidental discharge. And certainly, at least in my opinion, a 30-gallon sump is nowhere near sufficient enough to take care of at least an imminent emergency situation, let alone no protection of long-term stormwater and runoff that will inevitably have petroleum products from spills into vehicles and leaks and things in that area. So I do think in an RDA and a more descriptive plan and stormwater and spill mitigation be designed into it. So that is why I do agree with Carl that at this point, we should probably have a positive determination and let them go forward with an NOI. As a municipality, there are no filing fees for the NOI. They already have quite a bit of the engineering done, so I'm not sure if they could get it in 2 weeks, but certainly in 4 weeks for a meeting that would give us all a chance for a good site walk to see the area and to determine for ourselves if there should be additional mitigation to protect the brook and the downstream environment from any possibilities of leaks or accidents with 8,000 gallons of petroleum products stored in this area. So that is my comment. Moving down, Todd, do you have anything else to add?
No, I would support changing this or a positive determination and having them file an NOI. I think the sensitivity of the site warrants this.
Bob, do you have any other comment at this time?
No, I'll go along with an NOI.
Katie?
You make some good points, Richard.
No
Thank you.
further comment.
Carl?
No further comment.
Okay.
Ken?
I think that it's a vast improvement of what's there right now, and I support the RDA.
Matt, do you have any comment? I'm sure you've reviewed this at this time.
No, I have no further comment.
Okay.
I think you guys covered it fairly well.
And do we have any comment from the public? Please raise your hand if you have any additional comments. And Matt, have you received any emails concerning this project?
No, I have not.
At this point, Carl, you had started to voice a motion for a positive determination. Do you make that a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to move that we make a positive determination with the expectation that the applicant will come back with an NOI.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Jack Rabbit seconds. All right. Any other comment from commissioners at this time? Jack Rodrikins or Bob, Engineer Coluccio, do you have any comments to add or any questions concerning the direction the commission's looking to go? All right, seeing none, I'll have a roll call vote for the motion. Todd Dwyer?
Aye.
Bob Pease?
Aye.
Katie Childs?
Aye.
Carl Luck?
Aye.
Jack Rabbit?
Aye.
Ken Jones?
No.
And I, Richard Birch, vote aye as well. While I have you, Jack, I did have one other question, and I'm not sure. Had you talked with Matt at all about the updated crossing that we have here, the Mulpus Brook? I happened to drive in there today and saw the plates in place over the brook. Did I? Okay, Jack. Jack Rodrikins, I have muted. Jack Rodrikins, I have
Yes, sir.
unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, you had to get unmuted. I did have a preliminary discussion with Matt. It's a very tenuous situation there. We're getting some materials in place. We would be doing that on an emergency basis. It's just with all this rain, we would make matters worse. We're incurring the expense of plating it right now, and because there's only one means of egress. I did speak to Matt, and he said that he would speak to DEP in terms of an emergency installation, and then we would have 30 days. So given the weather, I didn't want to pull the trigger on that 30 days till at least we had a fighting chance to get that pipe in the ground. But we have had the conversation.
Okay. And Matt, you are following up on that situation with the brook crossing?
Yes, essentially you have a collapsed culvert there at the moment. It's still flowing. Mr. Coluccio sent me a message, indicated that he wanted to speak.
Okay, he is unmuted.
Okay, I was trying to speak before, but I was muted and I was waving my hands. I'm not process of, so sorry about that.
No problem.
So if we're leaving tonight with going toward an NOI, so there would, there's a significant amount of engineering. Obviously we're going to do some stormwater management stuff, and obviously what I hear is I need to, come back with a full set of plans showing the traffic protection, showing all of these details, which I wouldn't do if this would, like, that would all have been a waste of time if this was shot down and it was being relocated. So that, excuse me. So the question I have is, if I am a professional engineer and I have looked around the property, there obviously on any given type of property, there are multiple places where this sort of thing could be located. I see Jack Roger Gwenz's position that this is for the convenience of keeping the fire department and the police out of all of the other activities going on at the site. This seems to be the best place for their needs. So my question is, if we come back with an NOI with all that work done in this area, then is there still going to be on the table relocating it even after we come back with all of that?
Let me, I can do a straw poll quick just to see where members are on this location if designed properly. So I guess the question I'm going to pose to members, are you opposed to this location with further design and mitigations in place? So basically, if you think this area can be designed properly and the facility can be placed as in the location that it is presented, signified by saying aye. Todd Dwyer?
Aye.
Bob Pease?
Mr. Chairman, discussion?
Mr. Rabbit?
Discussion, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Rabbit?
Okay, that's presupposing that we don't do anything in terms of evaluating the alternative locations, and sitting down with Jack Roddick and saying, okay, what do you think about traffic flow? What would be the problems with that? I would like to say, before we go ahead and commission Bob and have him do all this work, which is going to be a ton of work, I agree, why wouldn't we just take a stutter step and look at the other possibilities? And Bob has alluded to the fact that there are other locations that could be used on that property. And all we have to do is just scratch our head and see, are there other options? And I would that we do that before we say, go out and start drawing. And I think that we can sit down with Jack and say, what could we do here to get that rolling? I would not recommend a vote at this point for solely that location. I think we can take a small step and it's going to pay off, and we'll raise our confidence. I would expect that there will be other people that might be feeling strongly about the 200-foot buffer too. And let's just explore all that stuff. And we don't have the same kind of pressure, financial pressure. Where's the hurt in exploring that possibility and looking at those alternatives?
Anybody else have a comment to what Jack Rabbit has said? Carl Luck?
Mostly to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, I as an individual, not commissioner, would very much like to see this moved out of that area. I think that it would be good if there was some parallel discussion. If Jack was open to having some parallel discussion before putting a lot of work in, I would love to participate in that, as I'm sure Jack would. But I think we as a commission on prior meetings have worked to try to convince our applicants that it would be in everyone's best interest to move out of a certain part of the zone. But in the end, it's the applicant's decision. So again, I would encourage discussion in a site visit, unofficial, non-conservation, just a concerned citizen site visit, and would love to participate in that. But in the end, if the decision is made to bring back exactly this layout, but with all the details, and then we may be very tough on this location. I think it would be a lot easier on the town if they could find another location and get the heck out of the conservation's purview. It would be very easy and very low cost, but that's their decision. And I would certainly not have my judgment on approval or disapproval of any designs based on the fact that it's where it is, but I would be very rigorous to make sure it's done as best as possible, and I think that's going to be challenging.
Okay, thank you, Carl. Bob Pease?
I'd like to hear from Mr. Coluccio. I mean, if he does this all the time, based on his past experience, does he think that the DEP, after a thorough engineering review and all that stuff, does he think the DEP is likely to accept this location?
DEP won't really give us input. They will rely on your judgment. Now, if it were a situation where we are in an aquifer protection district and, there was any kind of any situations in that regard, then obviously it has to meet regulations. But, as far as determining spill prevention on an above ground storage tank, they, in my experience, we won't get any input from them.
From my point of view, we certainly need better containment for a possible spill at the dispensing station. We got to trap that air, and I haven't heard, I didn't hear anything tonight in the presentation. Where, if there was a serious spill at the, during the dispensing process, that it wouldn't end up in the brook. So, we heard a lot about how it's not going to happen or it hasn't happened in 30 years, kind of thing. But, so that's all I got to say right now.
All right, so I had started down the list briefly to see if any other members thought that this site could be designed properly. Todd Dwyer in the straw poll said yes, he was under the impression that he would be in favor of it if properly designed and met the mitigations. Katie Childs?
I'd be in favor.
Carl Luck?
Yes, I would be.
Jack Rabbit?
Without an additional looking, I would not be in favor of it.
Ken Jones?
I believe that it is properly designed, so yes.
Okay. And Bob, I take it that by your comment, you're an aye as well?
I am an aye.
Okay. So, Mr. Coluccio, I believe that gives you some direction as to the commission's thoughts, or at least the majority of the members, that with proper design and detail, that this site, it sounds like, will be moving forward as opposed to choosing an alternate site. Does that give you the direction you were looking to go? You are unmuted, by the way.
Yeah,
Bob.
no, I see that I am. Yeah, yes, nope. That obviously, at least I know I'm gonna put together the best presentation. Hopefully, we're in person. I don't, but obviously.
Okay. And of course, Jack and Carl, if you guys wanted to work with Jack Rodrikins to answer your concerns individually, I'm sure you're more than welcome. And Jack has always been very open to
Jack is
townspeople.
great. Don't worry.
All right. So at this point, we have voted, and the motion was for a positive determination. So the commission feels that, as designed, this project will have an effect on the wetland resource area. Therefore, a notice of intent to mitigate further is required. So at this point, Bob or Jack Rodrikins, do you have any other questions?
No, just want to thank you, Richard. Thank the commission.
Thank you, Jack.
Jack, yeah.
And if you work with Matt as far as getting the design in and getting on the next possible agenda, so we can move this forward. And the only other thing I would ask, if you are going to be moving forward with the mitigation or the new pipe of the brook, that be presented at the same time,
Okay,
if we can, or just add it to the plan.
Well, I'll say one thing, Richard, and not to be pessimistic, but every day that I drive into that garage, I expect there's part of me that expects those plates will be in the brook.
Mhm.
So we will plan to the extent we can plan, and hopefully it will hold together until we're able to do something more formally with you, which we'd be happy to do.
Oh, no, if you have a plan for an emergency repair, just make sure that whatever you have done gets onto this notice of intent plan so that we have something moving forward. If it's an emergency repair, it's an emergency repair and it has to be done.
Right, I understand. All right, we'll work with Matt on that, Richard.
Yep, but we just need it documented. If it's, after the fact, it's after the fact if it has to get done, but we just want to have it documented as best we can. Then that, all the guidelines for the brook
Will do.
are taken care of and protected, so.
You saying, did you want him to file like an after the fact RDA or NOI?
Honestly, with a brook crossing like this and you already have the engineer on site, I would just put the design that you plan on doing on the notice of intent moving forward. But if it's an emergency repair and has to get done prior to approval, it has to get done prior to approval, but we still need it documented.
No, that works for me. I just wanted to know which way you wanted me to proceed with the documentation. That actually makes sense. You can
Put everything on one filing rather than have a separate filing for the brook crossing and then another filing for the petroleum dispensary. But yeah, if you work with them, Matt, and if you have any questions, just give me a holler.
Sounds good.
All right.
Jack, we can talk in the morning?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Richard.
Mr. Chairman, is Jack Roddickman staying for the culvert hearing?
Jack, are you staying on for the culvert hearing?
Northfield Road?
Looks like he jumped ship. So that is a no, Carl. All
Let me see if I can get him. Let me see if I can get him back.
Okay. Moving forward, pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, in the Lunenburg Wetland Bylaw and Regulations as listed in Chapter 239. Wilbur Abbott III has filed a notice of intent for the construction of a common driveway within the 100-foot buffer zone at 335 Chase Road. And who do we have presenting for that?
Chris Anderson should be on.
No. Oh, yeah, it was.
Raised.
There we go. All right, Chris, you are on.
All right. Everybody can hear me?
Yes.
All right. Just for the record, Chris Anderson with Hannigan Engineering here on behalf of the Wilbur Trust for the project at 335 Chase Road. I did submit revised site plans reflecting a couple changes that were made to the site plans relative to previous hearings and conversations with the commission and everybody else. It would be dated that one. Yep. All right. So I guess I'll do a quick little overview of what has been from the last meeting, what's been done. The primary change that was made was relative to the classification of the ditch that runs along the side of Northfield Road. Back last summer when our wetland scientist, Care Environmental, went out, they believed they had saw a wetland series on the other side of Chase Road, which at that point would have classified this drainage ditch as a wetland series, as it made a hydraulic connection between a potential wetland series across the way and the actual wetland that's down near the fire pond further down Northfield Road. At this time, we had Care Environmental go back out, and they did not see any wetland series on the other side of the roadway. So from that point on, this ditch has just been reclassified as a ditch. There's no wetland associated with it or buffer zones. We did, from our previous hearing, there was the question asked relative to trying to pull the grading back as much as possible. to help maintain at least that side of the ditch so we're not destroying it and maintaining the integrity as much as possible. In order to accommodate that, we did provide a retaining wall along that side and regraded a lot of the area. So we are able to pull out much of the work out of that area and save a lot of the trees that are along that slope as much as possible. Because the ditch is now being reclassified as a ditch, there's no wetland series associated with it. So the alteration is now essentially null and void. So we have updated the plans to show that and remove that existing wetland replication area that was proposed. And if, Rich, if you can scroll down a little bit further down the page. Per the wetland report that Care Environmental provided us, the wetlands area now gets essentially bisected between the 8.6 and 8.35 flag, and we've reflected that ditch to be as such. As you can see right there, yep. From the previous hearing, there were several concerns raised by the commission to the capacity of that drainage pipe. I did take a look at that using MassGIS, topographic information and aerial photography and some HydroCAD work. I did provide the commission with a HydroCAD review model to just confirm that the pipe was able to handle the capacity that's anticipated based on the land uses and soils and everything like that. It's essentially a larger view of what we would do if we were doing a normal drainage design for a site development project. The end result is that the pipe got bumped up to what it would require to be a 21-inch pipe, but 21-inch RCP pipes are difficult to find. So we just kicked it up to the extra 24-inch pipe, which is readily available, and that has the capacity to accommodate the 100-year storm event coming through this area. So that was one of the questions that were raised by several commission members, and that should satisfy the concerns relative to that. Couple other concerns were the well drill rigging areas, excuse me. So we've taken a look at that. Some of it to be coordination with the construction crews, having the wells get placed prior to earthwork happening. And as construction goes, just raising the pipe out of the ground as construction moves along and make sure that it hits appropriate grade. So we have shown well drilling areas on the plans just to show that, and have adjusted the erosion control lines a little bit to help accommodate that in the future. So at this point, we are still requesting a waiver from the work within the 30-foot buffer zone with the specific crossing, only because we're proposing to install additional riprap and stone scour protection within the channel of the drainage ditch. We feel that this is more of a security feature to prevent any kind of further erosion or scour as we're concentrating the flow. So we're providing that additional erosion control just to aid in preventing any sediment getting transported indirectly into the wetland itself and whatnot. We're also requesting a waiver from the 50-foot buffer zone relative to the retaining wall at the crossing. Again, this is a relatively steep area that will require fill. By providing the retaining wall where it is, we're able to keep the encroachment from the 30-foot into the 30-foot buffer zone, provide enough scour protection, riprap, apron pad in order to prevent any kind of erosion. So it's kind of a counter sword. If we were to grade that out, the pipe would be further extended along the ditch and would result in us doing more work in the 30. By allowing the retaining wall to be where it is, we can pull that back as much as reasonably possible and aid in providing the erosion protection that we feel is more necessary around the outfall location. And besides that, much of the plans have not changed besides those certain areas. We're still providing the appropriate setbacks for the building locations and the limit of disturbance. Much of the site will be loaned and seeded upon the completion of construction and whatnot. If there's any questions from the commission, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
One quick, I'm just kind of following a driveway along here, Chris. And what is the Is this a bump out for something special?
Nope, that is a turnaround just in case people are pulling in and out of the driveway. Just because of the length, we feel that that location, as it's further, it's kind of pulling away from the wetland buffer zone, so we don't have to build as much encroaching into that 50-foot. It keeps the pavement also out of that area, but it's more of a auxiliary feature so that as people are pulling in and out of the driveway, and if there's two people coming down the driveway at the same time, they can pull off or turn around or something like that. Typically, if you were to, for example, if you look at the building on Lot 2, which is the one nearest Northfield Road, you can see that that bump out is there as a turning around feature coming out of the driveway. Typically, we put those bump outs closer to the dwelling, but because of the location of building number or lot number's 3 buildings, that turnaround would be essentially within the 50-foot buffer zone, and we're trying to minimize all the impervious area in that as much as possible. So by shifting it a little bit further down the roadway, we can accommodate getting the impervious out of the 50 and allow for the ability to turn around if the need applies.
Okay, and the reason that it's on the downslope side as opposed to just carving into the upslope?
At that point, it would be digging into the slope of the septic system, and from a maintenance perspective, this way we're not impacting the potential of the abutting septic system's slope. By putting it on the other side, we can. The long and short of it is that we don't want to start digging into the slope for an abutting system, septic system. There are grading easements and construction easements, but if we were to flip that, there would be a long-term concern of that eventually somebody might start digging into that hill and compromise that septic system. By flipping it to the other side, we eliminate that and we can maintain a consistent slope from the septic system down towards the driveway.
Okay. And what is the condition now? Is this basically a treed slope, all of this grading?
Yes.
So it looks like this whole entire slope is getting regraded and we're taking all of the trees out?
Correct.
All treed?
I'm sorry, Jack?
I don't recall it being all treed in that particular location.
No, the tree line, essentially, if you will, Rich, if you were to move your cursor to the right, get it right, yeah. So if you were to take a look at where the septic system for lot 2 is.
Okay.
No, that's lot 3. Go to the left. Yep, right there. So that's the septic system for lot 2. Essentially, the tree line is, if you go directly down the page.
That wall, down to the wall.
Yeah, essentially the 100-foot buffer zone is the limit of the tree in this area.
There, nothing really above that. Mr. Chairman, if I could ask, we have another member, Mr. Todd Dwyer, who made an excellent suggestion. And basically, I believe, Todd, correct me if I'm wrong, you had suggested they flip the house around to put the garage on the other side? And that would allow them not to have to intrude? Am I?
Well, that was one possibility
He was going to
suggested they consider.
Yes, and we're going to go investigate that possibility because it looked like it had some real opportunity to stay away from the road. And the other question is, how do you reclassify an area? Earlier in the conversation, there was a reclassification with regard to the ditch area.
I actually can answer that.
Okay, Matt, thank you.
So essentially, under the Wetland Protection Act and our local bylaw, a stream can be considered a non-jurisdictional stream under both the bylaw and the act if there is no wetland upstream that empties into it. There was obviously no bordering wetland associated with that stream. Now, I know Chuck Karen looked for an upstream wetland connection. I also walked that area to the point where the point where I basically lost 5 pounds walking that area. That's how much I walked that whole area looking for wetland connections, and I couldn't find anything either.
It was
So
too
there's no wetland connection upstream. So as a result, because there's no BVW associated, that stream now becomes non-jurisdiction.
There's a ton of water moving through there. Anyway, let's go back to Todd's suggestion.
Oh, excuse me, before we go on, you just slipped in a comment about the water.
Yeah.
My take on it is there's probably tile drains and other drains coming from the farm across the street that were made to drain into that system. That's where I think it's coming from.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I will speak to what Commissioner Dwyer's comments were. That was relative to lot number 2, the block closest to Northfield Road.
Yeah.
The recommendation was made relative to trying to pull the grading out of that 30-foot buffer zone. As there's no buffer zone anymore, the statement's kind of moot. But I did acknowledge that the commission has concerns about maintaining the integrity of that ditch and trying to maintain as much of the tree line over in that area as possible. So that's why we're proposing to install the additional retaining wall, adjust the grading in that area to pull back the limit of work as much as possible from that area. The question relative to flipping the structure was raised. When you look at it, if you were to flip the structure, we would start encroaching upon the 20-foot buffer zone, 20-foot offset, from the proposed septic system. By Title V requirements, we are not allowed to have any kind of a structure within 20 feet of the septic system. By flipping it and with the building setback requirements, we would essentially be pushing that structure closer to the septic. And in addition to that, you would have to be installing retaining walls and everything like that in order to construct that driveway in the vicinity of the septic system. So that was one of the concerns that was raised during the original design process. We did look over that step just to vet it out, and that's the reason why the decision was made to flip the driveway closer to Northfield Road, with the body of the building being closer to the septic system itself. And during other hearings and conversations with the commission, the intent was to try to keep the main body of the house away from Northfield Road, and at that point in time, the actual wetlands. And by flipping the building over to that, you're moving essentially the human population closer to the wetland, which is not the intent. From my read of the wetlands or your bylaw, is to keep people away from the wetland as much as possible. By moving the center of the population of the house closer to that wetland, you would be counter producing your end goals.
Does that answer your question, Jack?
Yeah, I did. I didn't catch the part where all of a sudden the line moved, the 30-foot line moved. I just wondering, where did that come from? Okay, yeah.
Okay, well, I think in this house here, at this point, all of this construction is outside of the 100-foot buffer, therefore outside of jurisdiction.
Correct.
So
I'm just making the point that I'm acknowledging that the ditch is a concern of the commission, and we're trying to maintain that integrity.
Okay. And Matt, just back to the point of the disappearing wetland, have you had a chance to read the report from Karen Wetland Engineering?
No, I haven't had a chance to read it.
Okay.
I did talk to Chris and to Chuck about it, but I didn't have a chance to read his text. I mean, I essentially know what he's saying, so.
Mm-hmm. So you haven't had a chance to verify his findings yet, as of yet?
No, I actually went out in the field and verified it. I just didn't read his text. I know what he's saying. I just didn't read the text of the report.
So do you agree with his findings that this is not a jurisdictional wetland?
Totally.
Okay. Okay. And Jack, were you talking, and Todd, about this house here trying to flip it?
No, it was the house where the, what's the number on that one? Yeah, where your arrow is right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the whole issue goes away when the wetland goes away.
Exactly.
Yeah, because I guess just in looking at it, my concern is just the regrading of the entire upland slope from the wetland and the pond. And just trying to see if there's any way we can mitigate it from maybe spinning the house 90 degrees and getting the grading to move uphill from the wetland and the pond.
Yep, and I did take a look at that as well as part of the original design. What happens is when you flip that up, you're essentially raising the structure as well in order to make sure you have the proper protection along the foundation. You're picking up the grade in that area as well, and when you do that, this proposed grading that we're showing now just kind of follows the same footprint. So even if you were to rotate the building to 90 degrees or so, the toe of the slope doesn't change that significantly. What we could do is, I believe within my site plans, I'm looking them up right now, we did provide provisions for additional slope protection while everything's getting stabilized, jute matting and everything like that. An alternative might be that we can, if the commission has a certain seed mix they would like, some kind of a wildflower pollinator seed mix or something like that, something that's a little more substantial than lawn. We can put that within the down gradient slope between it's called at least in this area, would be the 50-foot line, would be seeded with that seed mix. And that would do one of two things. It would substantially, set the slope in place. So there's not that much, there will be very minimal erosion. And at the end of the day, it provides, again, another natural barrier between the end users of the house and the wetland series itself, if the commission would be amenable to that.
Okay, so a New England wildflower type mix.
Yeah, something very similar.
Yep, from the 50-foot inward and all disturbed areas.
I would make the argument everything within the 50-foot buffer, we would reseed with that seed mixture. Again, it's a more substantial seed mix than your standard lawn area, and it will, prevent people from going into that area in the future.
And can we perhaps drop a few boulders every 20 feet or so to demarcate the 50-foot? Set them in a little bit to the banking?
I would agree to that. My only request is that if we could just extend it around. If you look on lot 3, the well, I would prefer to have access to that well, not the other one. That one.
Okay.
If we could essentially loop it around just so that we're not impeding the ability to get to that well or the foundation drain in that area.
Okay.
But that would be my only request relative to that issue.
Do you need more than 20 feet to get into that area?
I don't foresee that being more than 20 feet. I think a 20-foot access area to the well and the foundation drain would be more than.
Okay, so if we just put them at 20 feet, that allows you 20 feet to get in between the boulders. Yep. Okay. Mr. Pease, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, the original reason I put my hand up was I was wondering if anyone went to the Mass DOT and looked at the design for that storm drain to see where those pipes came from. When they reclassified this as, being non-jurisdictional.
I guess I don't quite follow you. Go to the Mass DOT site.
Well, the water's coming out of a storm drain.
Yep.
Somewhere there must exist a design for the storm drain that shows where did all those pipes come from? What catch basins, where does it all come from?
I can speak to some portion of that. It's an old road, and back then they really didn't do that kind of a level of design that we would do nowadays.
Okay.
I have walked the road various times for this project and others. There are a series of catch basin drop inlet structures along the eastern side of the roadway that have pipes that discharge to the opposite side. So those are just it's one of the olden day roadway systems. There's really no rhyme or reason to it besides trying to get the water away from the road.
Matt's comment about the tiles is the only thing that would make sense to me, because that ditch, we're calling a ditch now, no longer a stream, was running pretty hard on a day when there really wasn't any runoff coming. So, but if somebody had snuck a farm tile drain system into there, then that would explain, why it's running. I would just observe that if it is going to be a non-jurisdictional, then that whole house there is no longer in our jurisdiction. The first house next to the road.
Agreed.
The driveway is, but all of this stuff up in the top there is, it's outside the 100, it's outside the 50. And my last comment is, since when did we start asking people to put boulders at the 50? Usually we ask, I'm not in favor of boulders to begin with. It's like we've asked people to put boulders at the 30 before. I've never heard us ask anyone to put boulders at the 50 before.
Well, the reason I had requested it myself, Bob, is the whole area here is being regraded and resloped. So we want to try to provide as much protection for the wetland and the pond downhill from this, because we're removing quite a bit of the protection that's already here in place. I imagine most of this is going to get mowed from now on. So I would like to see, again, the wetland area afforded as much protection as possible.
Thank you.
Where we're doing such a large area of disturbance in there. So that was the backing for my request. Matt, you have your hand up?
Yeah, excuse me. Excuse me again, the slope mix, there is New England Wetland Plants has a steep slope erosion control mix that would do the wildflower plantings and the various plantings that I've used on other sites. I think that mix, and Chris may have the same mix in mind, should be very effective in working here and accomplish the objective of bull stabilization, erosion control, and some biodiversity. Most of those mixes, including the one I'm thinking of, usually has elements in it that will grow something in all phases of the growing season. Early spring, midsummer, something more tolerant of drier conditions, and then something also will come up in the fall. So when the order is written, before I send it to the commission for review, I'd like to talk to Chris about that particular seed mix.
Okay.
Yep. I think we're talking about the same thing. I think your seed mix might have more the shrubbery, woody, or vegetation, but I think we're on the same brainwave on what we're thinking.
Okay, excellent.
Okay. Are there any other commissioners with questions? Todd?
I don't have any questions at this time.
Bob?
I'm done.
Katie?
I have no questions.
Carl?
Mine have been answered.
Jack?
I like the boulders.
Ken?
No questions.
All right, at this point, I'll open it up to the public. Please raise your hand if you have any questions on the common drive at 335 Northfield Road. Matt, have you received any email questions or comments?
No, I have not.
Okay. So at this point, I guess I would accept a motion to approve the construction of the drive as presented here with the caveat, the added boulders every 20 feet along the 50-foot no structure zone, and everything between the 50-foot and the wetland that is disturbed will be revegetated with a mix to be determined by the engineer and our agent. Did you get all that, Matt?
Yeah, I'm just writing it down.
Okay. Does anybody want to make a motion? Anybody at all? Does anybody want to make any motion?
I'm trying to move.
How about this? That was a motion.
Do that, Matt.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make that a motion.
All right. Ken has made a motion. Does anybody want to second his motion?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion, we'll have a roll call vote. Todd Dwyer,
Aye.
Bob Pease,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Ken Jones,
Aye.
and I for myself, Richard Bursch. All right, thank you, Chris.
All right, thank you.
Oh, it looks like we're moving forward with another one here. Okay. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Lunenburg Wetlands Bylaw and Regulations as listed in Chapter 239, Wilbur Albert III has filed a notice of intent for the construction of a single-family home with a driveway and septic system within the 100-foot buffer zone at 335 Chase Road, lot number 2. So that is
Yes.
this one here.
That would be that one right there, yes. So that would be essentially, I guess that would be essentially the construction of the driveway and subdrain system going up towards the house. That would be the only work that would be really within that buffer zone.
Okay, so this portion right here.
Correct.
Okay. Any further comments from commissioners? Please raise your hand. Any comments from the public on the driveway portion of Lot 2 at 335 Northfield Road? Please raise your hand. Matt, you've not received any emails or comments?
Nope.
Seeing none, Mr. Rabbit.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure what that, I can't read it very well. Is that riprap sitting at on the driveway to the left-hand side as it's coming down the hill? Is that what that is?
That's going to be a subdrain system because we're cut right there. Or
Okay, so you're picking up some decent speed. What kind of driveway is this going to be?
bituminous
Bituminous?
asphalt.
So you're going to be picking up some potential speed, and where is it going to deposit? Where is it going to end up?
Okay, so I'm confused.
Okay.
Are you talking about the driveway coming up off of?
Well, you go 99 to 89 to 88 or something along that line. You've got some stuff coming down the hill at a pretty decent speed, right? You got water.
Correct. So for that driveway, it is at a relatively steep grade.
Yeah.
We're proposing to pitch everything towards, as you're looking at the page, towards the left.
Okay.
And there will be a crushed stone apron along that edge to help reduce that velocity.
That's the riprap sitting off the side of the driveway then. Or
Yeah. So if you look at the note right against the side of the driveway at the intersection of the common, we're providing fresh stone apron along the driveway with a subdrain to help reduce that velocity coming.
dropping in the drain is dropping off into that the old ditch. Then is that where it's heading?
No, it says
No.
drain outlet to daylight at the bottom.
To daylight. Okay, down here. So it's just dumping it down there.
Correct.
I don't know. Is there any kind of a sump drain or anything there, or just letting it sit?
It would there would be crushed stone essentially at the end of the pipe. It's primarily going to be used for groundwater with some from the driveway runoff, but it's anticipated that there won't be that much runoff coming off of this area just because of this relatively shallow or small area of impervious.
Okay,
So,
not cutting
but the
in.
crushed stone will help with velocity mitigation.
And what he is
Shower.
proposing for stone out should dissipate the energy sufficiently, so it shouldn't be an issue. My opinion.
At the daylight end of the outlet,
Yeah, when you're outletting it, what you're going to do for riprap should dissipate the energy
Yeah.
sufficiently,
Yeah, as long as you got something there to slow it down.
which I think was Jack's point. He wanted to know how the energy was going to be dissipated.
That's correct.
We can provide the substantial, a little bit more. Typically, it's crushed stone, 3/8 to 1 inch stone, but we can bump it up to the 3 to 6 inch that's spec'd out for the actual riprap pad for the driveway crossing itself.
That would do it.
All right. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Any questions or comments from the public on lot number 2, 335 Northfield Road? Seeing none. Jack, did you want to make a motion with your additions to the daylight end of the drain?
I would move we accept the drawing as presented with the addition of riprap at the base of the drain, and I'm assuming there's riprap on the left-hand side of the driveway.
But you want the riprap specifications added?
Yeah.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second. Katie.
Motion and Katie seconds. Do we have any other discussion from commissioners? Todd?
Nope.
Bob?
Nope.
Katie?
Nope.
Carl?
Nope.
Jack?
Nope.
Ken?
I have no comment.
All right, I will do a roll call vote to accept the motion. Todd?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Katie?
Aye.
Carl?
Aye.
Jack?
Aye.
Ken?
Aye.
All right, motion passes. Moving forward. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, and Lunenburg Wetlands Bylaw and Regulations as listed in Chapter 139, Wilbur Albert III has filed a notice of intent for the construction of a single-family home with driveway and septic within the 100-foot buffer at 335 Chase Road, lot number 3. So I assume that it is this one here.
Correct. So this one, I guess we can make the same argument that we can do the special seed mix within the 50-foot disturbed zone, with the exception of the area surrounding the well and the foundation drain, just to help with maintenance of those two features. But
Just a quick question, Chris. Is this the property line for lot number 3?
correct.
Okay.
But the driveway and everything will be located within an easement for driveway access and construction and usability.
Well, that is quite a unique drive. Does it have to be 50 feet from the well, the way you have it radiused around there?
Yes, unfortunately it does. The town bylaw for septic and well require a 50-foot offset from the well, unfortunately.
Okay. And is this a pre-existing well or we're digging them?
They would be digging that one. They will be drilling both of these wells.
Okay, so neither well exists, so that's why you have to take it into consideration. And then it comes
Yes, sir.
back up here and goes through the middle of the driveway?
Yep, and that makes it compliant with the common driveway component of the zoning bylaws.
Huh. I can't say as I've ever seen a round property line like that, so. All right, any other questions from commissioners on lot number 3? Todd?
Nope.
Bob?
Nope.
Katie?
Nope.
Carl?
Nope.
Jack?
None.
Ken?
No questions.
Any questions from the public on 335 Northfield Road, lot number 3? Please raise your hand. Matt, have you received any email questions or comments?
No, there is not.
Moving forward, I'll accept a motion for approval with the same stipulation that the boulders every 20 feet along the 50-foot wetland buffer line in the disturbed areas. And the seed mix to be determined by the agent and the engineer for all areas disturbed inside the 50-foot no structure zone.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Did you get who did that, Matt?
Yeah, it was Jack that motioned and it was Todd that seconded.
Great. Any other discussion from commissioners? Seeing none, hearing none, we'll do a roll call vote. Todd Dwyer,
Aye.
Bob Pease,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Ken Jones,
Aye.
and I for myself, Richard Bursch. And at this time, I would accept a motion to allow Matt Morrow to sign the order of conditions for the agent, or for the commissioners,
So moved.
for the three
Second.
applications at 3:35. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion to allow the agent to sign for the members? Todd Dwyer,
Aye.
Bob Pease,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Ken Jones.
Aye.
All right, and I for myself, Richard Bursch. So Matt, you have the authority to sign the order of conditions for the members.
Yep, got it.
All right, thank you, Chris.
All right, thank
You
you.
have your hand up?
Yep, just a heads up, I have to go for the night, guys.
All right, be safe. Have a good night.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Aye,
Aye,
Katie.
Katie.
Hi, Kitty.
Aye.
Moving forward, pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, in the Town of Lunenburg Wetland Bylaw and Regulations as listed in Chapter 239, Dan and Jean Proctor have filed a notice of intent for the removal of earth and stormwater management within the 100-foot buffer zone at 1325 Mass Ave. I'm gonna unmute. Oops. Phone number 875-3380. You have been unmuted.
Hi, thank you. Frank McPartland here from Descharmondillis, representing the applicant. My internet just dropped out about 3 minutes ago, so perfect timing.
Of course it did.
Yeah, that's what I just said to my client too. Yeah, of course it did. So I guess if we're ready to go on Proctor,
yeah,
I can fill you in, I guess, on what has happened since we have last met. When we had previously met, we had just submitted the project to MEPA for an ENF review. The MEPA certificate itself was issued on April 10th, 2020. The ENF, they stated that the ENF form identified mitigation measures that should minimize the environmental impacts of the project. They also noted that future development of the site will require further MEPA review and will likely require the filing of a notice of project change or a new ENF subject to public review. The applicant has been upfront with that, and it has acknowledged that any future work on the project will be back before both the state as well as local permitting authorities, both the Planning Board and the Conservation Commission, and whoever else would have to weigh in on that.
Excuse me, I have a quick question on that one, Frank.
Yes, Matt.
In reading the certificate, is it required that any project filed, or is it any project that would require a state permit? The language is a little...
I think anything that would require a state permit, I believe. That would it would depend on if we had to do either a notice of project change or a new full ENF. So okay. I think if we touch this again, we would at a minimum have to do some sort of notice of project change, and depending on what MEPA says, what we're triggering, we might have to resubmit the ENF.
Okay.
Going forward with some of the highlights from the certificate, the ENF recommended locating all stationary equipment and fuel storage containers outside of the Mass DEP Zone 2 and on impervious surfaces designed to contain spills. The applicant has located the proposed screening operation outside of both the DEP Zone 2 and the Town of Lunenburg Zone 3 buffers. And the applicant also committed to not storing fuel on site and to fueling equipment outside of both the Zone 2 and the Zone 3 buffers in the vicinity of the existing stable buildings at the top of the hill, which would in itself be well outside of any Conservation Commission jurisdictional areas. The ENF also, the MEPA certificate also stated that the ENF has adequately described and analyzed the project and its alternatives and assessed potential environmental impacts and mitigation measures. So that more or less closes the MEPA certificate process. I'm trying to think of what you had previously seen on the project. I had gone through when we last met how we had addressed your Conservation Commission comments, as well as a number of comments from the Mass DEP when they had issued the NOI file number. Since those revisions have been made and presented to the board, the commission, sorry, I had some revisions through the planning board, which we closed with on we closed with them on Monday evening. So the planning board issued the storm water permit and the site plan approval for the use change. Some of their revisions that would be of interest to the board, the commission, was they asked that we do soil borings on the site. We did those in the stormwater management area, 3 of them, as well as on the slope itself. Those indicated water levels that were fairly consistent with what our other test pits had done in the area. The testing results led us to slightly change our stormwater management basin calculation to document the 72-hour drawdown time. The soil, the underlying soils for the basin was changed from the loamy sand that the USDA mapping showed to a sandy loam, which that reduced the infiltration rate for the basin, but we were able to document that it'll still drain within the required 72 hours. That infiltration rate wasn't used in any of the stormwater routing calculations, so it doesn't change the overall stormwater design of the basin. And I do not believe there was really anything else that had been revised or documented that would have been of interest to the commission in this in the filing of the notice of intent. So I think with that, I'll open it to commissioner questions if there are any further.
I just want to confirm, Frank, that the plans that we have submitted from back in March or whenever are still the current plan and design for the areas that are inside our jurisdiction.
Yes, I had submitted revised plans dated April 8th, but there were no changes to anything within your jurisdictional area other than the depiction of soil borings and test pits within on the proposed conditions of the plan, so that they were easier to see in reference to the basin and their locations. So it was visual.
Okay, and do we have those, Matt?
Yeah, they should be in the file.
Okay. Any idea which one here? I don't see any that have been modified since March. That's why I'm asking.
Some of those are directories, and so they the files inside them could have changed. The directory wouldn't show.
Okay.
But yes, I did forward revised plans to Matt last week, along with what I sent to the planning board and board of selectmen.
Okay. I am not seeing them, Matt, if you do get a chance to take a look. I see the ENF that you put up.
But there were no design changes from the from the plans that you would have previously reviewed, dated February 28th. It was all in how the testing information was depicted.
Okay. No, because, I mean, this is kind of the end of our jurisdiction right here, so that's what we're approving this evening. At this point, do we have any questions from commissioners? Todd?
I have no additional questions.
Bob?
No questions.
Katie is gone. Carl?
Nope.
Jack Rabbit?
No, looks fine.
Ken Jones?
No, I really feel like we've seen everything multiple times here.
Okay. At this point, I will open it up to members of the public. If anybody does have a question, please raise your hand using the raise your hand button. And Dan, did you have anything to add? I had unmuted you.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Matt, you have not received any comments or questions concerning 1325 Mass Ave?
I'm taking a look now. I haven't received anything in the last few minutes, but I'll double check it.
At this point, barring Matt coming up with any questions. Okay.
No questions.
I will accept a motion to approve as submitted.
So moved.
For 235 or 1325 Mass Ave. Bob Pease.
Second.
Ken Jones, second. Any other discussion from members? Please raise your hand. Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote for the motion. Todd Dwyer.
Aye.
Bob Pease.
Aye.
Katie Childs is gone. Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Ken Jones.
Aye.
And I vote in favor, myself, Richard Bursch. So the motion passes. The project is approved. At this point, I will accept a motion to give Matt Morrow the authority to sign our names to the order of conditions.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify aye during the roll call. Todd Dwyer.
Aye.
Bob Pease.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Ken Jones.
Aye.
And I for myself, Richard Bursch. So Matt, you have the authority to sign our names to the order of conditions and process that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Stay safe.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Welcome, Frank. Good night, Dan. Good night, Frank.
Good night.
Good night.
Moving forward, pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, and Section 239 of Lunenburg General Bylaw, the Lunenburg Department of Public Works has filed a notice of intent for the replacement of culverts at Sunset Lane and Northfield Road. Were you able to get Jack back, Matt?
I sent him a text message. I don't see a response from him.
Okay.
I don't know if he's there.
He is not, so I guess at this point we'll continue to May 6th in hopes of getting the final plans for the crossings. Carl, you have your hand up?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is getting very frustrating. Can't think of how many months this has been on the agenda and no one ever shows. And tonight Jack left. I would like to suggest that we request that if it's not possible for Mr. Rodderquins or a representative to attend next meeting, that they submit a written status and plan for how this is being addressed, because we have no idea that anything has happened. No one has reported on this. Matt's done his best to try to get information, but even that keeps changing. It's not clear that there is end in sight here, and we have no access to the applicant.
Thank you, Carl. I do agree. I will email Heather and Jack in the morning and see if we can get a written update at the very least on where we stand with getting these plans and getting the answers to the questions that DEP had posed during the permitting process.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If that is okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
along the same lines, I agree with Carl. I think this has gone on way too long, and my only fear is that the same thing is going to happen with the crossing at the DPW garage on the Mulpus. So I think we need to get on this, and I think we need to not let this slide any further.
I agree. Yeah, that's why I tried to have him included as part of the notice of intent for the fuel station.
Yeah.
Because it's not just a standard culvert, especially there at the DPW. I mean, that is a full stream crossing.
Yep.
It could have serious effects downstream and into Hickory Hills.
Yeah, I think including it in the NOI like that was a good approach. A very good approach.
Thank you. All right, so at this point, I'll accept a motion to continue the DPW for the crossings at Sunset Lane and Northfield Road till May 6th.
So moved.
We have a motion from Carl,
Second.
second from Ken. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Todd Dwyer,
Aye.
Bob Pease,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Ken Jones,
Aye.
and I for myself, Richard Bursch. All right, moving forward. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, as amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public meeting on notice of intent by Nancy Bell for the replacement of an existing retaining wall at 51 Fire Road 12.
Okay, so the commission requested the last piece of the puzzle on that was you guys requested a profile of the wall. Because
Question one before we go any further, Matt, has this hearing been properly re-advertised since we lost the chain of continuance?
Yep.
Okay, so this was, they re-notified the abutters and put their ad in the newspaper?
I don't know about the abutter notification, but there was a legal ad put in the newspaper.
Okay, and this was a notice of intent, so unfortunately it would require notification of abutters?
Was it a notice of intent or an RDA?
What it says on the agenda, notice of intent.
Okay.
And I would assume all the other ones had been abutter notifications, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, without that, we really, this hearing is ended until it's been re-advertised. We can't move on it.
Well, it was re-advertised.
And abutters notified.
Okay.
I mean, if we made everybody else do it, then this is a notice of intent. So at this point, let's see if we can contact her and get it re-advertised properly. Bob, you have your hand up?
You're telling me that all these other 9 public hearings, or what, with all the other continued public hearings we took, and we forced them to take and send out new abutters notices?
Well, that's my understanding of having to re-advertise a public hearing. If you don't go through the entire notification process as you would initially. Then Matt just said that they had done it. Is that correct, Matt?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
Well, I would just like to express my frustration. This has been hanging around, I'm guessing 6 months.
Longer than that.
It could be, okay, Ken says it's longer than that. I'm sure it is longer than that. And we were gonna put a nail in the coffin tonight. And here we're gonna, we're gonna start over for a lack of a butter notification. And, you know, this is ridiculous. It's gone on all this time. We haven't heard anything from the applicant in all this time. And I think it's time we did something affirmative to make it go away.
Yeah. Well, do you have a suggestion, Bob?
No, I don't. I'm just expressing my frustration.
Well, the only thing I can tell you guys is there was only one document that you guys asked for. Everything else she submitted was considered satisfactory. What you asked for was a profile, a detailed profile of the actual wall. That has been submitted. It's in the cloud. It was an engineer drawing, not to scale, but it shows that the wall that's being replaced is essentially 2 feet high and 1 foot wide.
And when did that come in?
Today.
Oh, no one said that. Well, that's because probably the public hearing wasn't opened.
Carl, you had your hand up?
Yes, I certainly share Bob's frustration. I wonder if that drawing hadn't come in today, I was going to wonder if the applicant was even interested anymore. But Matt, from your description, I'm not sure. The only thing missing, I thought we had a profile before, and what was missing was any dimensions that located the wall, and we were looking for dimensions from the house or some fixed object that would locate the position of the wall. Is that on the drawing that was submitted today?
This is a drawing submitted today.
So that does not locate the wall in space. The whole issue is not the profile. The whole issue was where the heck is the wall relative to the house so that we can confirm when it's complete that it's in the right place. So we still don't have what we asked for.
Agreed.
So can we, I'm surprised we get that profile. I'm not sure, I don't remember asking for a profile because it was a straightforward wall. It was so I'm very confused and not sure if the applicant even understands what we're looking for or if is interested in proceeding. Clearly they're.
No, the applicant has expressed interest in proceeding. The problem is that the people representing the applicant don't know anything about the permit process, and despite us telling them several times, so I'm going to help her finish this process up. So I'll make sure that that document's in for the next meeting.
Great. Thank you, Matt.
All right. Moving forward, we have an appointment with Neil Gorman for potential construction at 238 Fire Road 16. Good evening, Neil.
Good evening, Richard. Thank you. I'm also joined by our client is Butch McGurn on your list there. So he has hired us to start planning out this project, and we wanted to come before you informally before we got too far along because we're going to be doing some, the proposal is where they'd like the house to be located is within the 100-foot buffer zone of Lake Shirley. And I'll wait for you to bring up the plan.
Matt, do we have it on here?
Yep, it's there.
Okay. And Chase Road, Sunset, Island Road, Mass Ave, Chase Road, Hickory Hills, Chase Road.
Go back into the regular folder. The April 15th folder. See, it says Hamburg. No, go back. Go to the April 15th meeting folder. You'll see, I just had it up too. All right, give me a second here. was in the meeting folder. I just saw it. You had just had it up on screen and then you had gone past it. I was going to say, go back one folder.
What was the name of it, Matt?
Go to the search drive and type in the word Hamburg.
With an E.
Right there, Hamburg Fire Road.
That's it.
That's the plan.
So this is a unique piece of property that straddles the Lunenburg and Shirley line at the very end of Fire Road 16, which comes off of Catacudamog. And it's basically a peninsula. It has about 13 acres of land with it in Lunenburg's jurisdiction. And what I'm showing there is the topography of the land. The blue is signifying the edge of the water of the lake. We've delineated that. We've located it with the survey. And the smaller bold dashed line is the 30-foot offset from the lake. The little bit longer bold dashed line is the 50-foot offset from the lake. The brown structure that's kind of L-shaped is the proposed house that our client would like to build out towards the peninsula point. That it's just a really beautiful spot. You can see that there's an existing cart path that kind of meanders all the way out there. This property had been occupied at some point. We think it goes back to the days when Keating owned the property, and they used to have maybe company events and things out there. But you can see there's an existing cart path that meanders down and out to the point. The other area, this is a big esker of sand. So you have this kettle hole or isolated wetland there just below the house. And the blue signifies where the kind of the high water mark is, and then there's some vegetated wetland around the side of it. And Matt and I walked this property yesterday together, and I wanted to get his thoughts on that isolated kettle hole there, the isolated wetland. And I won't speak for Matt, but it's of my opinion with our calculations that under the Wetlands Protection Act, this would be non-jurisdictional because it's not large enough and doesn't hold enough water nor have enough of a watershed to be considered a jurisdictional wetland under the Wetlands Protection Act. And I believe Matt's opinion at the time was that, because Lunenburg has their own wetland bylaw, that it may be considered jurisdictional under the local bylaw. So part of our discussion tonight is to kind of, approach that, and so that we can maybe advise our client as to whether or not this is a viable project with the commission in the future if we were to submit a notice of intent. Based on, that the main part of the house is greater than 50 feet from Lake Shirley, and greater than 50 feet from the isolated wetland. They would like to also have a garage up there in that location if possible, but that depends on how that kettle hole is determined to be and how the commission would, there you are.
Is this the property right here now?
Yes, it is. Thanks, Richard. But that kettle hole is kind of right where your cursor is now. Yeah.
This is it here?
Yeah, that's down in there. There's another isolated wetland further down. That's much larger. That's certainly not in question as to whether or not that's jurisdictional. But they own all that land, even way down by the RA. You can see where the property line goes down there.
This dashed line here, is this the roadway that they use?
That's the location of Fire Road 16, which is actually on our property, but it's supposed to be on the property where all those homes are.
Yeah.
You'll see another dash line inside that property line. That the right of way is not where it was intended to be, but it is where it is, and there's no sense changing it now. But it is actually on our locus property.
Okay.
Rich, if you go to the local tab and get the 2019 orthos. I believe it'll show it without tree covering. There you go.
Oh, yeah, nice. So you can see there's a series of cart paths already out there. They go all the way out towards the point.
So Neil, what is the elevation of the water of this isolated wetland?
It's about 300 elevation.
Okay, and what's the elevation of the lake?
The lake is 302, more or less.
Okay.
Maybe
So
a little bit lower than that right now. It's about the same elevation as the lake right now.
Okay. So you don't think there's any hydrological link between the lake and this isolated wetland? Where it's a sand esker?
Yeah, possibly, yes.
Okay. And I would imagine that would be the same for the one further out, this one here?
Correct.
Okay, so they're probably hydraulically connected to the
Given
lake.
that we have sand, yeah, elevations may be similar where you have the standing water, yes.
Yeah.
Well, my take on it is that I felt it was jurisdictional under local bylaw.
At the very least, yeah.
So then with that understanding, we were just wondering, obviously to go through a full notice of intent and design plans and all this, I didn't want to lead my client too far down the road if this looked like a project to the commission that would be really unconditionable based on where they'd like to place the house, because they're looking to buy the property, but they only want to buy the property as if they can get the house in this specific location because it's such a desirable point on that peninsula. Right there in the middle. And if there were any specific red flags as being that this is, really a no-go project, then.
All right, so it is within the bounds of the estimated habitat for rare wildlife.
Mm-hmm.
And it is in the priority habitat of rare species.
Okay.
I'm speaking for myself, but I would have a very hard time trying to permit development in that area.
Even if an application to Natural Heritage proved a no-take?
That would certainly be a start if you wanted to go that route prior to.
Because it is 13 acres of land. They're looking to build the one house.
Yep. Yeah, but they're going by the most environmentally sensitive areas to put it out here. Again, and I'm speaking for myself, I can open it up to other members to give you an idea of where they stand.
Sure. Well, before you do so, let me just, the cart path that goes out there that you can see is already cleared. I mean, Matt and I walked it clearly. It would need some improvements with gravel, but it wouldn't need any significant tree removal. That path, with some pruning of some branches, would be easily passable for vehicles. So
yeah, it's a pretty clear and wide path.
So the only tree clearing, major tree clearing, would be where the house would be proposed.
Yeah.
I would definitely recommend very strongly that if you decide to go with the NOI, that you do a MESA review first.
Yeah.
Before you even submit the NOI.
Correct. Okay.
And what is the elevation here of the house going to be, Neil?
If you can you zoom in a little bit more?
Yep.
If not, I can. Yeah, it's around 312, 311, 310.
Okay. So we're going to have at minimum a 3-to-1 grade going down to the water.
And that's already there and stabilized. We're up in basically the flat portion of that piece of land.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see there's a hatched area there that I call out to the left of the house. That's an existing concrete pad or old gazebo area that once was there.
Yeah.
that would obviously be removed, and we would want to, you know, they're looking to build a paver patio in that area. Something that's more porous. So, you know, that would be part of it. There's some other areas of impervious structures on the property that the client would be willing to return back to natural, you know, pervious soil, if again, as a means of mitigation in the project. But obviously, I'm sure they're looking to see if there's significant concerns. We'd like to know more in ahead rather than getting way into the additional engineering costs and the filing fees. So I don't know if the other members have any comments.
Carl?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yeah, I'm very familiar with this area. I grew up on it. The pads he's referring to is there was belonged to Keating, and the foreman of that ran Keating was allowed to put his trailer on that, and he had a nice trailer, not a mobile home, but a trailer that he lived in the summer, and that's why the pad is there. But it's been gone for since I was a kid. It's an extremely sensitive area. Shoehorning that house in there, I think it's going to be fraught with issues. They're already not even planted. They're already into the 50-foot area. The road is what, from looks of this, the road is which does exist. I agree. I've walked it many times. Use that to get out to the Eagle Nest. But I'm sure that road's going to have to be improved. It really is a cart path, and if they're going to live there, they're going to have to improve that road, and there's going to be a lot of work around within that 30-foot area. I just think I think it makes no sense, and I certainly would be questioning a lot of things on this site. It would be a challenge to get this to get something in there that really makes sense and protects the environment. I even see that garage looks like it's going into the 30-foot. I think it's gonna be very difficult not to just really significantly have a negative impact on that very fragile point.
Mr. Rabbit?
Mr. Chairman, a couple of points. First of all, is that cart path? Is that a right of way? Is it a public right of way at all? There's nothing. It's just
not at that point. No, it's already. It's stopped. There's a gate at the very end of Fire Road 16.
Okay, so that's private property with no deed right of way. Okay, the other part was I'm sensitive to that particular location. I honestly wouldn't support the garage where it is. And I would think if you want to try and make the play of that, you're going to have to figure out how to put that garage into that outside of the 50-foot.
Okay, we had talked to the client about that. That is an option.
And we're pretty much sticklers for 50 feet. And what we're doing else around town would be, we're adhering to it. This would be totally inconsistent, especially where it's such a sensitive area. And, and I know in the past we've looked at eskers like this and the fragility of it, and we've backed away from allowing people to even build tree houses and things like that in that area. So I'm tentative at best, but I'd be willing to see what they came up with.
Again, that proposed garage is
that road, that cart path affecting that entire area as well. And the trees that would be coming down, well, you'll be affecting it. It's a nicely treated area, and there's a whole wildlife contingent, I'm sure, that's really happy with that spot. But that's how I'm feeling right now. You want to hear?
Thanks, Jack.
Todd?
I'm going to echo the comments of Jack and Carl. This area is very sensitive for that reason. I don't think I'd support any encroachment inside the 50-foot buffer. even for a patio or something like that, except with maybe an exception for access of a driveway or something like that. And even then, I'd like to see consideration for runoff and whatever impermeable was created by that access way. But I'd want to limit all development to major development to outside the 50.
Thank you, Todd. Bob?
Go with what Todd said.
That was the easy way out.
It was, wasn't it?
Ken?
No, I think I agree with basically what everybody's said. I wouldn't be in favor of anything, between the 30 and the 50. And I think that this site is where they're trying to propose a house is just too tight and fraught with a lot of issues.
Yeah, and unfortunately, to echo everybody else, of course, we have to take into consideration the future of that environmentally sensitive area. Once you've opened up a development envelope, very, very rarely does it ever stay inside that envelope. So we do start to get trees that mysteriously disappear and docks that appear. And, if this is a sand esker with the grades that they have around the house, any disturbance will lead to erosion and eventually the destruction of the environment in that area. So, and again, that's why I'm certainly very hesitant to give any positive feedback at this point. But you can certainly move forward at this point if you wanted to, Neil.
Okay. Well,
You have an idea of where members are standing.
yeah, I don't know if if Butch has any questions, our client, Butch McGurran, I don't know if you
I had unmuted him.
Yeah, he's muted now, so I don't know.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Rabbit?
As well, where's the septic system?
We had done some soil testing there. We also did some soil testing on other parts of the property greater than 100 feet away. So
you'd have to up it and work it around the sensitive areas. You'd have to essentially dig through the sensitive areas to get the piping in.
well, the pipe would go along the edge of the driveway, so it would be a pump system. So it's just a 2-inch pipe going from the house out to the leaching system. And that's kind of a previously disturbed area where they kind of move some material around. There's not very old vegetation in that location, quite mostly saplings.
And that's quite a ways up. What is it at 320?
Yeah, it starts to rise up. You can see to the left of it, you're at 315, right where the wording is. And then it starts going up to in the low 320s. Yeah.
Yeah, so 320 right through here, 325.
Again, where that 325 is, that's actually fill. That's been disturbed for about 4 or 5 feet based on our test holes that you see there.
Disturbed, so there was more on top of it?
Somebody at one point pushed material on top of the previous, topsoil. We actually observed where the old topsoil was buried under the fill.
The property would support a house further up inland or up off the water over by the leach field. Would that be correct? Is that what we're seeing?
That's a correct assessment, but obviously somebody investing in a 13-acre piece on the water would want water views, of course. So, I mean, there's so many camps and homes around that area that are right on the water that are making major improvements to it. And here's somebody that is looking at 13 acres and they want to build just a single family home out there in the optimal point for the value of the property.
And I'd like to also add, I mean, both Joanne and I are both Lake Shirley residences, and we're very sensitive to obviously the waters and all the nature that surrounds it. I mean, we're both, as I say, we both live on the lake currently. We've both had an opportunity to look at this land, and this would be our retirement home. So it is 13 acres, would never develop anything further than just the house lot itself. We're in our mid-50s. We're trying to settle down ourselves at this point in time. we actually do have an opportunity to buy this land. And, you know, we have engaged Ross Associates to take a look at this parcel to see if there's any feasible way that we could put the house on the point, because the rest of the land is, if you saw the topography on there, it wouldn't warrant a house of anything of the cost of this land, because it is quite high. You know, where the 43 mark is on your current screen right now, you're in south of that or towards the bottom of the screen, you're up in the 345 range, and it's quite a hilly terrain back there. You can see the 4 lots to your left that are right on the land against the lake. Those are, you know, they're downhill from the high point of that, and they're sandwiched in there, obviously. And you know, it's the rest of the shorelines would be preserved, and there's 2,000 lineal feet of shorelines that we would want to preserve ourselves just for our own privacy. We would never open up the land other than the direct vicinity of the house, as Neil said. You know,
And the cart path is already existing, so we would be not disturbing much of the area. We're really using area that's already been used. Where we're proposing to put the house, there's a large concrete slab there already. And then further down towards the point is where the trailer was that Keating's had, and that's not even shown on the plan. Then there's another concrete structure and some pavement that's been out there for years. So, you know, the things that we're looking to do out there really will enhance it. Putting in grass and pulling up the old pavement that's down there is definitely going to make it look better than just a barren piece of land.
yeah, and to speak to the cart path, I think both Neil and I forget Matt, who walked that. I mean, it was clearly bulldozed years and years ago to get to this access road. Because if you actually were to follow the contours, you could see in this picture here, right outside of your cursor, you can see the cart path. It actually had at one point been developed to even connect back into the Shirley side of the lake. And the saplings that are grown on that cart path are no bigger than a 2-inch caliper. So you wouldn't really have to disturb much outside of that cart path to even put a type of an access road into there. I wouldn't even call it an access road, driveway, obviously.
Driveway, a better driveway. Improved driveway.
So, I mean, obviously there are concerns about your 50-foot offsets. I heard that for sure. I mean, I'm not too keen on having the garage there. If I had to relocate the garage in a different vicinity that was within the 50-foot rule, I'm not opposed to that at all. I think just primarily the house that's what I was instructing Neil, was really to see if we could actually fit the house within the proximities of the 50-foot offsets.
And it does.
And it does. I'm not, you know, I mean, I know that you guys were trying to really push back on the 50-foot rule with the patios, the paver patios. Again, you know, that could be a grass surface. It does not necessarily have to be a hard surface. It's just that we were pulling up a hard surface already there, just basically replicating it, but with pavers and impervious materials instead of a big surface of concrete, a hunk of concrete there, which is more of a watershed. But I mean, obviously, I mean, if you think this is something we can't do, and I mean can't do, I'm not going to spend the more money on, you know, the cost of the land and obviously all the engineering costs associated with it. But I mean, this is why we're in front of you today. It's just to get a feel for if it's something that could even move forward doing with, you know, I mean, within the constraints and the laws of the conservation state and locals. So.
Well, I think at this point, all the members have given their opinions. So, I mean, Neil's worked with us long enough. I think he has an idea of where we stand as far as developing the property goes.
Okay.
I don't think we can be much more specific than that without seeing exactly what you're looking at, but.
Well, we'll put some more information together and come back and meet with you.
Yep.
I appreciate the board's input and having us on such a busy night, I know, but
No problem. Thank you,
I've been a-
Chris.
I'll say this, Richard, I've been impressed. I had to run out in the middle of yours to go to another conservation meeting, and you guys really are top notch on how you managed this through, with all the documents. So
Oh, thank
well
you.
organized. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
All right.
Have a great night, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Night.
Guys,
All right, moving forward, we have a field change for John Hoog. Matt,
yeah, there should be a file in there that says John Hogue.
I saw it just popped up about 10 minutes ago.
Yep. So essentially, we did a determination of applicability where we approved him redoing some of the work on, he has a two-tiered deck. It was an upper tier and a lower tier. He proposed only replacing the above railings on the lower tier. And the commission gave him a negative. But as you can see by the photo, he has one post on his lower tier that has broken and he needs to do a repair on it. So he wanted to know if he could proceed with that under his prior determination.
What was the address, Matt?
Cliffview. I'm trying to remember the exact address. I think it was 15 Cliffview.
Now, Matt, was this the section that was going down the hill a little bit?
Yep.
Oh, okay, yeah, that was in tough shape. It's not surprising he discovered that.
Yeah, I mean, it's snapped.
Yeah. Is that John de Betancourt's old house?
Yep.
Rich, it looks like it's 15 Cliffview, if that helps.
It is.
I got the
Yeah,
picture.
he pulled it up.
Give it a second to pop up here. Looks like quite a, how many tiers do they have in this deck, Matt?
Two, if I recall correctly. There's two. There's an upper tier and a lower tier. That was the upper tier. He had started work. We had him file the retroactive RDA. He's got three tiered walls, but he's got the lower tier coming off his deck.
Right.
Yeah, that's a little upside down, but yeah, you can see the lower tier.
So it's this one right here?
Yeah,
Looks like.
that's what it looked like from the photo.
So the stairs coming down. So the stairs coming down, so it must be this one right here.
Yep, that's the one that snapped.
How close to the water's edge is it?
I don't remember.
I think it's probably within a few feet.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Is he gonna be able to stabilize that so that he can get a pier back in there?
Yeah, it should be a fairly simple matter to be able to repair that. You just basically pull that, you put in, he's got something that's propping it up. So you have to prop it up with something to temporarily stabilize it. And then you would dig a new, basically sonotube post and put in something a little bit more permanent.
Okay,
I mean, the job would probably take no more than a day.
okay.
My
All right.
take on it is it's replacing existing. It's not going to have any deleterious effect on the no-touch zone. Any impacts that could have been made to that no-touch zone were made years ago.
Okay. Yeah,
Just
I guess
look
my only concern is that you stop on site once or twice during the construction and take a couple pictures and document, make sure we don't have any runoff or erosion or some sort of disaster that all of a sudden washes into the lake where the
Yeah,
lake.
so essentially you want a post-development profile. I can do, that's easy to do.
Well, I mean, while they're doing it, just keep an eye on them to make sure that they don't get in trouble where they're that close to the water's edge. I mean, this looks like the water's edge right here.
Yeah, it's pretty close to the water's edge. No, but keeping an eye on them is not a problem. No, not at all.
All right. That would be my suggestion. I mean, where we have an RDA for some of the work as it is. I mean, it definitely looks like it's a little more of an emergency situation where it's popped out. I'll open it up to any other questions or comments. Todd? Did you mute yourself, Todd? Bob?
Oh, I was gonna make a motion to approve the field change.
Okay. Any other comments, Jack?
I would totally support that. It looks like the hill's sloping a little bit, and that wall has done a lot to keep it from going anywhere.
Ken?
So where it's pushed up, it's fine. I'd support it.
Ken, any comment?
I don't have any comment, no.
Carl?
Nope.
And I think I can hear Todd snoring. All right, Bob, make your motion.
I move we approve this field change.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Any other discussion? Any comment from the public? Seeing none, I will do a roll call vote. Todd Dwyer.
They're making fun of you for snoring. They were just like, I think I can hear Todd snoring.
Is Todd there to vote?
I am now.
Yeah, good job, Jeff.
Glad somebody woke you up. Your vote, Todd.
I abstain.
Oh, please.
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Yay.
Jack Rabbit,
Yes.
Ken Jones,
Aye.
and I for myself, Richard Bursch. All right, Matt, if you let them know and just keep us informed.
Yep, not a problem.
All right, moving forward, we have an enforcement action at 179, 183. You see the applicant, Matt.
He was there. Hold on, let me look.
Okay. I'll let you look while I,
Yeah, he's the bottom one with the phone number.
okay.
Hello,
Hello.
good evening. Hello,
Yes.
hi, this is Joe O'Brien, 183 Island Road.
All right. Mr. O'Brien, we are going to review the conditions and the violations at 179, 183 Island Road. Matt, if you want to just bring us through your enforcement report.
Okay. Essentially, if you guys look on the cloud, there I had authored the enforcement report on this. There is a history on the file in the cloud. You have file history. The original NOI was approved on this in May of 2018. Doug Smith had appeared for the applicant. The order of conditions was approved with a motion that wattles be added 50 feet. The language of no clearing of vegetation beyond 50 feet was approved by a motion of Bob with a second by Ken. So in October of 2018, I reviewed the site with Mr. O'Brien prior to him demolishing the existing house. I noted that the placement of the wattles were done as required. In December of 2018, based on complaints about some of the activities being taken on site, it was noted that the home that was being constructed was substantially different from the original approval granted in May of 2018. So I spoke to the property owner, and he had his engineer, who was a different engineer now, Ducharme and Dillis, file a new notice of intent, which would have been the required procedure regardless. And the commission walked the site, held public hearings, granted a new order of conditions, correcting that deficiency in May of 2019 for the current construction of the single-family home. According to the order of conditions, there was no structure that was allowed still within 50 feet of the wetland resource area, which was determined to be the lake. The erosion protection that was there would remain in place to demarcate that zone. While the 50-foot zone was not included as a total no-touch zone, the scope of the work had no structural alteration within that 50 feet. The only exception granted in May of 2019 by the commission was for the cutting of the one pine tree, basically right in the center of the shoreline, that was not to be stumped to allow room for the placement of a rolling dock. The commission did request as part of its motion that a maple tree be replanted on the property in place of the pine that was removed. Now, on page 4 of the report that I authored, I quoted the minutes from that meeting where essentially it was Ken that moved for the standard order of conditions with the addition of the maple tree. It was Commissioner Dwyer that requested that the roots be left in place on the lakeside. Carl reviewed the pre and post development grading on the site. The removal of one pine for the dock was allowed with no removal of the roots. So Jack had seconded that motion, and that's what you guys unanimously approved. But based on complaints I received earlier this year in 2020, what we found is that there is work within the 30-foot no-touch zone consisting of grading and the clearing of vegetation, stripping of the grass layer that was specifically earmarked to be preserved as part of the limit of the no-touch work within the 50-foot zone. There was work going on within the lake bed itself that was not allowed or over and above the order of conditions that's issued for shoreline maintenance for Hickory Hills Lake, and it was not allowed in the order of conditions associated with the property. The work consisted of grading, and there was placement of soil within the lake bed. There was grading within the lake bed, as the photos that you guys have in your collection show. Wasn't consistent with cleanup activities that are normally allowed on the shoreline. And there was also a failure to come forward to request an amendment for this work that was taking place. The enforcement order and cease and desist was issued. To date, the commission, you've had one hearing session with the landowner and multiple site inspections. And the report does contain both the original plan that was approved and the second plan that was approved in May of 2019. And that's basically it. Did you guys have a chance to read the report?
Yes, so this is the original plan, Matt?
That's the original plan.
Okay. And when were these pictures taken?
That was taken in the spring of 2019. Those photos were actually submitted by Ducharme and Dillis as part of the notice of intent.
Okay.
It was designed to show where the pre-existing vegetation was, the fact that the 50-foot zone had been maintained despite the appearance of the new structure. And I mean, everything looked good on the site at that time. There was that one leaning tree that you could see in the photo that had already fallen that we told him he could just take out because it was a tree that had toppled over. But if you go back to that picture with the toppled over tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. You can see that there's a lonely little pine in the center here to the right. That was what was going to be allowed to be removed.
Okay.
And that was in the spring of 2019, the site undergoing construction and grading at that point. I mean, it appears as far as the house structure goes, minus a little extra overwrap on the deck, the house and the wall and everything appears to be in place in accordance with his order. The violations, as I outlined, have to do with the work on the land behind where the wattles were supposed to be. As of today, new wattles have been put in place. I did receive a picture of them tonight at 6:30. I just did not have a chance to download them. They are in the original place where we required them to be.
Okay. So now we're at pictures. When were these taken?
Back in February.
So 2020?
That's correct.
All right. And this is showing the disturbance and the fill added along the lake bed?
Yeah, that's on the left-hand side.
Okay.
If you're looking at the lake, that would be on the left-hand side.
And this looks like we're spreading sand. Down from there. More sand.
That sand pile was removed. I had ordered it removed when I was on site, and it was promptly removed that day.
Okay. So all of the vegetation that was here is now gone? Right,
That's
take-
correct.
Okay.
I think if you look at the pre-development pictures that the applicant actually submitted on his own,
Yeah,
and what's there now, you can see there's a stark difference in vegetation.
okay. So the pine tree that was taken out was in this area right here?
That is correct.
Okay. 'Cause it did
Now,
look-
there were two pines, if you're looking at the lake from the street, there were two dead pines that were very big and old on the right-hand side of the property where the retaining wall is now, that were allowed to be removed originally under the first order conditions because they were basically ready to fall over. You guys allowed that to be removed.
Is that these two here?
Yes, that is correct.
So these were removed under the original order of conditions?
That is correct. That was allowed because those trees were, I mean, the entirety of the commission went out on site and said, yeah, those can be removed.
Okay.
So that's not included as a violation in the report because that was allowed.
Okay. And those two trees were right here?
That is correct.
Okay. Really showing. And that's all the pictures in your report.
That is correct. If you look at his file, I believe there are more pictures than that. I just included those for illustrative purposes because they go to the counts that I made in the report.
Okay.
Bob, did you find the hard copy that I left for you with the signs?
I did. Thank you very
good.
much.
You're welcome.
All right, at this point, the applicant's been ordered to remove the sand. Have you issued any other orders at this time, Matt?
No, I haven't issued any other orders because the commission wanted a chance to review the site and then modify any further orders and come up with a remedial action plan.
Okay. At the last meeting, we had asked for the applicant to start by getting their engineer to give us an as-built or current conditions plan. Have you heard from anyone at Ducharme and Dillis as far as that goes?
I heard from the applicant who communicated with Ducharme and Dillis. They're not going to be able to get out there this week, but they should be able to get out there by the end of the month.
Okay.
And in reviewing the minutes, I do believe we actually gave them until the end of the month.
Okay.
Even though my original letter said the 15th, I do believe we gave them to the end of the month.
Okay. So we're moving forward with the conditions plan.
Yep. Yeah, Stan Dillis will be doing the survey work.
Okay, you presented us with your report on what's been done above and beyond the permission from the notice of intent and the order of conditions.
That's correct. It's in the cloud. I don't know if you guys can, well, yeah, actually you've got it up, so.
I think we just went through it, yeah. You said the erosion protection is back in place as was described on the plan from the order of conditions in May?
That's correct. I received, and Mr. O'Brien can confirm this, I received an email from him about 6:30 this evening.
Okay.
And he took a picture of what was put in place. And I believe based on the site visit you and I had, Rich, it is put in place where it was requested to be placed.
Okay. So we're still looking for the plan. We need to get you had issued concerns about the existing condition of the lake edge.
That's correct. And I think that's what the survey will help to address.
Okay. So at this point, I think we need to deal with the violation itself and how we're going to move forward with remediation and what remediation the commission deems necessary to so order. So at this point, I will open it up to other members that have been on site to voice concerns and or ideas for remediation or any other comments that you have on this violation. We'll start with Todd. Is Todd with us? Oh, hold on, Todd, I'm coming. I have unmuted you, Todd.
All right. So we're still waiting on the survey. I think that's going to be a key for our final determination on enforcement for this. But once we get that survey, what I'd like to see is a clear restoration plan to restore the areas that were disturbed. And then in terms of the impact to the channel and the disturbance within the stream bed itself, I think probably at this time the water's too high to get in there without severely disturbing the and causing sediment dispersal into the lake. So I would think that would probably have to wait.
Okay. Bob? You have your hand?
I would note that, in my opinion, not all the sand has been removed. I went by that location in my boat this weekend, and looking from the lake, it looks like a sandy beach. There's still a fairly substantial amount of sand on the land. There was zero sand on the land before this all happened, and I would recommend that we require the applicant to take away all the sand, so there's no sand. I would also note that when we did our site visit, we found that the edge of the stone wall was 44 feet from the edge of what we thought was the edge of the water. And so at that time, we made a recommendation, not just that the engineer go and do an as-built, but that the engineer, based on his prior survey, stake where he had located the edge of the water, originally. So we can, compare that, to the conditions on the ground now.
Yeah, that's correct. That's part of the survey requirement.
Okay. I didn't understand that. I agree with Todd. The fill in the lake. I think this enforcement order is going to have to stay open all the way through the end of November, because I don't see how he can possibly, in an environmentally, responsible way, remove all the fill that's been added to the bottom of the lake, that narrowed, the river course there, before the drawdown in the fall. I think that, if you're taking a look at those photographs that were submitted by Ducharme and Dillis, it shows an area of herbs, and it shows a whole bunch of shrubs, along the shore that are no longer there. And I think that where there were herbs, I think that, we should require, like a couple or three species of self-propagating ferns put in there. And where there were shrubs along the shoreline, we, require that there be 2 or 3 species of self-propagating wetland shrubs, like spice bush and stuff. And I got an email from New England Wetland Plants in which they suggested a couple, some species to be considered. And I think a fine is appropriate here. I mean, those are my thoughts, on the matter at this time.
Thank you, Bob. Carl?
Yeah, Bob hit a number of the points that I was going to make. Thank you, Bob. I also want to, comment on the report that Matt put together. I think that's a great example of how we should be documenting things, and getting it 80-90% correct is a feat. So, but I do think that we should include in the report the comment Bob made about the measurement we made at 44. I know we talked about it being in the survey, and hopefully it will be, but I think it should be noted in the report that we at least made that observation. I don't know which thing is out of place. The survey will tell us that. The other thing I maybe missed in running through the report, but we do also have photographs. Matt, if you could, not now, but pull that PowerPoint that I had sent you with the photographs up into the file so we keep it current. But there are three pages in that 5, 6, and 7 that indicate the a step that was in where the erosion protection was. Right along that line, there was a step in the grading that no longer exists. So it's clear that since that photograph, grading has been done to remove that step in the 50-foot no-touch area. So I think that should also be added to the to the report, so we don't lose that fact. And when we see because again, when the survey, we'd need to see elevations. So I presume elevations are going to be on the survey, so that we'll be able to confirm that and know which got lowered or raised. That's all my comments.
All right, Jack?
Mr. Chairman. Okay, obviously if you could you put some of the other pictures up that reflect the amount of change that occurred with regard to that whole beach area? This person put a beach in and he wrapped it all the way around. He decimated all that natural coverage. And I'm seeking that we immediately remove that beach. It's not underwater yet. Pull it back up. I don't understand why we couldn't go and have some sort of a York rake with a large boom, pull that material that's sitting there, not in the water, but pull that back. I'm concerned that as the mulpus continues to rise and as we get rushes, the water's rushing through, it's going to pick up that loose material and deposit it further down into other sensitive areas. Now, I do appreciate that our jurisdiction ends at the water, but I also appreciate the impact that it's had on some of the residents that were further upstream. What's happened if we leave it there now, that when that water does start coming down, it's going to be a shallower pass through for some of these boats. They keep their motors in the channel, but the rest of it, they scrape right along the side. So is it fair to allow this particular action to affect the upstream residents, as well as deposit all that other material onto the residents that are further downstream and in the basically the confluence of that stream? I'm thinking that rather than wait, let's take the chance that we're going to create some more sediment to reduce the overall load of sediment that's going to be moved over the next few months. And so therefore, I would like to see that whole area re-scraped out, all the other material that we've scraped up, put it back in there, revegetate the whole thing. There was agreement on a boat ramp, and if you look in the past, there really wasn't any substantial beach there. And now there is a substantial beach. So take all that away and revegetate the living daylights out of it, go back 30 feet as it was before. It's a habitat that whole estuary uses. All those wonderful creatures that we all adore up in there, they need a place. And so therefore I'm I am also with Bob, and that I don't understand how something like this egregious could occur in a fashion that ultimately represented the destruction of that particular area. We've had too many people come by and say, asking permission after the deed is done, and we find them. So why wouldn't we move in this direction on providing some sort of a significant fine? Because we've identified this as one of the most egregious activities to happen in town in a long time. I'm sorry, Mr. O'Brien. It's too far.
Okay.
Ken, do you have anything to add?
I don't think I really have anything to add. I said this at the last meeting. I'd be very leery about going into the lake bed and the stream bed and removing any materials right now. I think we're going to cause further damage, but I'd like to see what the survey that we requested comes back with, and then move forward with a remediation plan from there.
Okay. Todd, did you come back?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Did you get a chance to comment?
I did.
Okay. And I guess I would just echo the others as far as waiting for the survey of the current existing conditions to come back. Jack, is this the overhead of the pre-construction?
That would be correct. They're the two homes. Yes, they're
Okay.
the pines, and as it wraps around, that's where their prior. Well, I'm pointing it, but that's where the prior dock was, and there were some large trees there. I was only under the impression there was one of them with the large ones that were sick, but I know we're going to get a replant going on there.
Okay. Yeah, and I guess I would agree with Todd and Ken as far as trying to remove the fill from under the water at this point. At least from looking at this channel here, it looks like most of the fill had been added in this spot.
Yeah.
So I don't think that the access upstream here.
It's downstream, Rich. Go a little further downstream. See the shallower area right there? The sandbars and things like that? It's where it's all going to wash into.
Now, it didn't look like they had gone out any further, though.
Well, he's going to pick up as we're coming in, remember, the water's turning in and picking it up and dragging it over. And you're seeing a sandbar forming. There's actually seeing them, two of them.
Yeah, you had sent me one really good picture of the stream bed and the fill, and unfortunately your email, the pictures are gone. Can you resend that to me briefly? At least just that one that shows a really good, clear detail of the stream bed.
Okay, I can send that.
All right, Carl, you had your hand up?
Oh.
No.
Why? Sorry.
Bob.
Yeah, I have my hand up. If you look at that view you have up there now, you can see along the shoreline where the area where we put the fill, it's entirely vegetated with substantial vegetation. The only way you could remove that fill before the drawdown would be to take and drive something straight into the lake, drive across the bottom of the lake, and start excavating. That's a ridiculous idea.
Now, Bob,
Jack, it's my turn, not yours. Okay? And that's a ridiculous idea, in my opinion. And, to take and say we're going to do this, it would be environmentally irresponsible, is my opinion. Before the drawdown.
Agreed.
I would agree with you, Bob.
God, I almost bought a piece of equipment that did exactly that, myself and a couple other people.
Jack, you didn't raise your hand.
What's that? Oh, that's true.
All right. Any other comments from commissioners at this point?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
When can we expect the revegetation process to occur?
Well, I would imagine that we had asked for restoration remediation as part of the engineer's report. So at this point, when we meet with them to go over the the current conditions, we should, I suppose this evening, if we wanted to dictate some terms for remediation and restoration, we certainly can, to give the engineer direction
Right.
on coming up with a plan, but I wouldn't myself be in favor of having him move forward with anything until it's on paper and agreed to.
Okay, but some sort of an incentive scheme to make sure this happens quickly.
Okay,
Yeah. And then I think that what we do is as we've done with others, we give them an option. We come up with a fining scheme, and essentially, depending on meeting certain dates and such, if they meet the dates, then they don't have to pay the full fine. But if they fail to meet those dates, the fines will be enforced. And again, as we've done with others, we double them again.
all right, well, I'll let you think about how to put that into a motion while I go to Bob.
Okay.
I think it's premature to be saying, when's he gonna do the revegetation? We need a revegetation plan that has been discussed by the commission and approved by the commission, that shows what's gonna go where before he does anything. And so to have him, expect him to go off, or even think that he might go off and start doing stuff without prior discussion and approval, I think is the wrong approach.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with Bob. I'm suggesting that the next meeting we have, there's a plan in hand. We've missed 2 meetings already. And the faster we move, the less damage is going to be done to that habitat.
Okay.
And so therefore, next meeting, walk in with a plan. And then we can mull it over and come up with some time schedules that we believe will work.
Okay. Mr. O'Brien, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so at this point, you have contacted your engineer, Ducharme Dillis?
I contacted Stan and told him that he needed to flag the wetland as requested.
Okay.
I will talk to him further and tell him that there's more that needs to be done. Before I forget, was with regards to the survey, the plan that he did on 5/17/19, I spoke with him. I think most of the survey is done according to that plan, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But you don't have the wetlands marked down there where you could see the high water mark. I think that's what you were after, and that's what I called Stan to do.
Is this the 517 plan?
Yeah, 517 shows the high water marks on it. Those are the WF4, WF5, WF3, or 2 and 1.
Right here?
So
Yeah, there was a slight amount of bordering vegetated wetland on the property, which I believe Bob was referring to when he was talking about his replanting, or what he would like to see replanting on the shoreline.
Right, but I'm asking you, is that what you're referring to as an as-built showing the high water mark? Because that's those points are on that print. So I guess Stan has done most of the as-built when he came out to when we came out and asked for permission for the dock and we got the tree removed. That's what that whole meeting was about. Obviously, you're going to want to have a little bit more done when he comes out. I just want to make sure I ask him the right questions so I get all the information that you want, so I don't have to have him keep coming back, because he's tough to get out there,
Actually, if you excuse me, Mr. O'Brien, I actually think he's got a point. Having the BVW reshot and restaked in the field by Stan,
yeah,
that would be the edge of shoreline. It would be the high water mark. It would give us a good idea of the distances.
Right.
Because you'd have, let's see, there was 1, 2, 3, 4. There were 5 flags that were laid out and shot along that shoreline. So you'd have 5 reference points, because you could see the shoreline high water mark is not a straight line.
Right, correct. Yeah, so he's gonna come out and shoot those, and he's gonna physically put them so you can see them. That's what you want. Is that correct?
I'm saying it's a good idea. It's up to the commission to decide.
Oh, okay.
I think that is what we had asked for. I'm sorry. I think that's what we had asked for originally, was to resurvey, locate the edge of the wet or the edge of the lake.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm gonna have him do that.
Yep.
I just wanted to know if there's anything else in addition you wanted done. I've got it staked on the print. You physically can't see it in the field because it's not there.
Okay.
Just the marking, the flags are not there. I don't think they ever were there or not. I have no idea.
Okay.
I don't ever recall ever seeing any blue. I guess they'd be blue flags.
No, they all
I don't
use
think he
different
ever
colors.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So that, and could we go back, just to touch over the sand? Now, that sand that big patch of sand you see up there, on the side of the land, excuse me, where it was once grass, that's where we did dump the load of sand. When we were approached by Matt to stop, we immediately removed that sand. My excavator or my site contractor took out all the good, clean sand, and he didn't want to contaminate that sand, taking it back to his fill. He did leave me there a few yards of sand that is sitting on the topsoil. I can get rid of that now, if that's okay, if you would like. We can scrape that back down to the loam, because there really isn't that much there, but I can get that out of there, physically right down to the shoreline, all the way back up to the 50-foot or 30-foot, wherever we are, off the shoreline, and we can get that back out. I was hoping I could get that at least graded off and seeded now, if that was possible. Bring that, basically bring the back of that property up to where it used to be, and get it seeded, hydro seeded or whatever, and leave it down to the water as it was. And as far as the vegetation you want, which shrub you want, I certainly can have Stan or my engineer draw in what you'd like me to run back there. I believe most of that goes almost over to where the stone wall begins, or I believe there's a maple tree there. Right over by that maple is where all that vegetation come out. If we had to, say 30, 35 feet off of the east boundary, my property line, 30, 35 feet over is about where all that vegetation was that we had taken out. And I do apologize for that. There was a bad misunderstanding on my behalf with what we could do when we went down to clean up the beach. Obviously, that was the easiest access to get down to the beach with the machine, or to the shore, I should say. And yeah, we did rip out all that vegetation while we were down there scraping the lake bottom. And as far as any serious sand in there, the bulk of the material that's still in there is probably halfway across the lot. Probably it starts about 40 feet right over by the stone wall. We walked it last week, and you saw that brown material that was in there. That stuff is still in there. And there's really no way to get at it right now, I don't think, without perhaps doing any more harm than good. Probably be best to get it in the fall. That's my opinion. But if you want me to try to go in there from the shoreline and reach in with a machine, I could try that. But we got trees in the way and other bushes in the way. I think it would be counterproductive right now to do that. And I think most of you agree with that as well. And we can hit that in the fall. But in the interim, I would like to at least get that portion of the backyard from the house down to the water's edge, get that graded off and seeded, and if you'd like, I could start planting some shrubs and some bushes down there, some blueberry bushes or something like that as a start. And leave enough access to get down to the water with the machine in the fall. That would be my suggestion. And,
All right,
You know
so
what
at
you
this
think?
point, thank you, Mr. O'Brien. I'd like to just put it out quick to the commission, at least from my standpoint. Before we move forward with anything, I think it should be documented and on a plan and agreed to prior to moving forward with any work. We do have, it sounds like Mr. O'Brien is under the understanding that we are going to ask for the edge of the wetland to be remarked as it was on the plan from May 9, 2019. I would like to probably have their engineer move forward with a remediation plan back to existing conditions prior to the removal of all of the native plant material that was along the water's edge, as well as having the engineer determine the extent of the fill that still sits under the water right now and come up with a plan for erosion protection once the water has been dropped again in the fall and removal of that additional fill. And then at that point, we can finalize the plantings along the waterfront and then the final stabilization upland from above the wall and where the sand sits now. So I'll just kind of open that up as a thought, and I'll start with Carl. You have your hand up?
Thank you, Richard. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think it is important that we get everything documented before we start, doing work, but hopefully it won't take that long. I do want to just clarify one thing so that when we get this survey done, we'll call it a survey. So when we reflag the edge of the wetland, that will allow us to determine whether it's 44 feet, whether the wall is 44 feet or 50 feet or whatever. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. So if that's great, that's great. The only other thing that I believe, based on the photos, that there has been grading within the 50-foot area. And it seems to me the only way we could tell that is if we had elevations just on the lake side of the 50-foot zone. So is that going to be accomplished in this? Because I'm pretty sure from the photos that area was graded down to the lower level from the photos, and I don't know how else to confirm or not whether that happened other than getting elevations.
The only downfall to that, Carl, is I don't think the plans have that level of detail. I mean, we can certainly ask and see if he shot it and just didn't include it.
Well, I thought I saw contours, no?
Well, they're pretty few and far between. I mean, I'm not sure. Looks like we go 92.
Yeah, I'm looking right along the 50-foot, Richard. That's where it looks like.
Up in here?
Yes, yeah.
Yep.
Down in that area primarily.
Yeah, there's 2-foot
Right
contours
in
on
that
it.
area.
Yep.
Right where the contour is, yeah. If we reshot that contour.
Well, at this point, I mean, we have asked for an existing conditions plan, so whatever detail they have on this plan, they should be updating with their presentation. So to make sure the house is in the right spot, the wall is in the right spot, they can reshoot these grades a bit to make sure that those are as existed prior if they've changed.
Okay, good. No, that's perfect, Richard. I got the impression all they were going to do is shoot the edge of the lake. So
yeah, I mean, that's the definition. And Matt,
that'll do it. Thank you.
Yep. And Matt, in your letter to Mr. O'Brien, did you ask for a site plan of existing conditions?
I'll have to look it up. I don't recall that I did.
Okay, because that's what I had in my notes. We were supposed to ask for existing conditions and what has changed or what is in violation or in excess to what was permitted.
I'll have to
So if you can just up,
That was also
make
my
sure that,
understanding.
make sure that you've made the proper, requests. And we can certainly forward them again to Mr. O'Brien, and if Mr. O'Brien agrees, you can always contact Ducharme directly just to make sure we get what we need, or we are ordering. So, it looked like Mr.
Well, I'm gonna have to update the document based on whatever you guys vote on tonight, because it would be a modification on the enforcement order, so.
Okay. Mr. Pease.
This is the second time I've heard Mr. O'Brien talk about he wanted to put loam and seed, which would infer, he wants to put lawn, in the 50-foot, within 50 feet of the lake. And our original order of conditions said, he was not to disturb the vegetation within 50 feet of the lake. So I'm don't think we should be giving him any permission to, put loam and seed. So that's my only comment. And I'm interested to see the results of the survey about, indeed, is the wall within 50 feet away as the engineered plan shows it from the lake? Or is it the 44 feet that we thought it was, when we went out there on site? So that's my only comments.
Agreed. Mr. Rabbit.
Kevin, if you share your screen, I could show you the pictures that you had asked about. And at the same time, I can provide you with some insight in terms of the grading.
All right. Do you know how to share screen?
If you release it, yes.
Yep. Okay.
Host disable screen, participant sharing screen. Okay. And now I've got to pull these over to you, I think.
Well, no, you should be able to click share screen and show us what you've got on your screen.
I've got two screens going. I got to pull you over.
Okay.
Can you see that, Rich?
All I see is you, and I see you.
Okay. Share screen. And there it is.
You've started. Okay, there you go.
Okay, I'm coming across. I'm trying to come across. I'll fill it up. Okay, so these are the pictures that we recorded. Essentially, you can see that it was graded down to the water's edge. In some of the pictures, you'll be able to see that there's a difference in the material. And in some cases, we have 6 inches of material brought in, down, and leveled, essentially on top of the existing surface. You can see essentially the grading that has gone on to create a beach area. It was clearly pushed in. More of the same. The whole sculpted very nicely. There were walls there, but those were pushed around. And the 40-foot mark that was taken was from this wall. And we believe that was essentially the shoreline. And I remember it's up to a foot above that the other association, the Hickory Hills Lake Association, owns. So they would be up in this particular area. So we believed that wall was reminiscent of what was sitting there previously, even though some of it has been removed. Let's see what else we got here. It's just too pretty. There's no undercuts. There's no, you know what I mean, Rich? The water line would be cutting and leaving an embankment, as was demonstrated in the pictures that were taken quite a while ago. I'm sorry. There's the. So you notice how there's an undercut, and I don't have a clearer picture. I don't believe, but yeah, they're essentially that whole area had some fall off to it because it was always being worn by the stream itself. So that was all graded down and leveled out.
Okay.
Okay.
So I guess at this point, we should clarify what we're looking for from Ducharme
Right.
as far as the water, the wetlands edge. And
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
if I could just finish, Mr. O'Brien had offered to remove the soil that was currently sitting outside of the water, off the water. I would recommend that we take him up on his offer to immediately remove that and try to get back to the base of where it was sitting there before, so it doesn't wash down when the water does come up.
How much more? I was out there on Saturday with Matt and Mr. O'Brien. How much more does the water have to come up?
Well, with the rain we had the other day, it's almost there. I think there's, Jack knows, there's 6 more inches that goes down in the dam. So the most it's going to come up is 12 inches.
I don't think they have both boards placed in yet, all the boards. So they're 6-inch boards. So it's probably a foot below where it normally would sit. Bob, you would.
Right. I took the liberty of pulling a line across from what was there the other day. And right now, the water line is pretty much there. It's not going to come much more towards the house, if that be any consolation. There's still quite a bit of shoreline there that is exposed. In fact, it's not even up to the wall yet. That existing wall, it hasn't even reached that yet.
Right. I don't think it's full. Hey, Pete Cowley, I believe, is on this call, on this looking in. Or Bob, would you know how many boards they've got in right now?
Please call on Pete Cowley. He's on the dam committee.
I know, that's what I was looking for him. I didn't.
Can you unmute Pete Cowley, Rich?
Hey, you there? He was there.
All right.
Am I unmuted now?
Yes.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. I was trying to get unmuted. Right now, we're, in case any action is going to be taken, we're at 12 inches below summer levels right now. We're waiting until the upcoming lake treatment. And as soon as the lake treatment happens, we're going to be putting in the remaining couple of boards that will raise the lake level to its normal summer levels.
Great, thank you.
So we've got a foot there to play with right now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would, again, give my opinion that I don't think we should be getting into disturbing anything else there until we have a plan in place. I mean, honestly, the lake level coming up is only going to slow the flow of water as it is now. So I don't think you're going to get any more erosion than you would have gotten during the refill. And I hate to see us having him move forward without something written and agreed upon.
I agree.
So,
okay.
At this point, I do have a couple members of the public that are looking to speak. Paula? Oh, hold on, I lost you. Oh. There, you're on the air, Paula.
Thank you. My question is, there are several residents that are upstream of Mr. O'Brien. There are 3 homes that essentially their access, because of the filling of the channel, has been eliminated. They cannot get a boat out at this point because of the amount of fill that's been brought in the lake. I understand the concerns about it being a sensitive area, but that is precisely my concern, is the amount of fill that is in the bottom of the lake is going to, first, it's preventing people access. And second, that fill is going to wash down into other adjacent properties which have paid funds to remove sedimentation, because sedimentation of the lake is one of our biggest issues. In looking at the pictures that have been presented, all I see is a very small straw wattle. I don't see anything to prevent the unstabilized slope from washing in. And I don't see any, while I understand the concerns about waiting until the fall, what about the access that has been blocked? And what about the impact to the downstream residents when the MOPA starts flowing and all of that fill is brought into beaches that they have worked to clean?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I believe we've had some complaints with the residents with
Mm-hmm.
regard to having access. But again, I understand that's somewhat out of our domain, but
Joan Pease, you have been unmuted.
Good evening. Yes, I'm concerned, as Paula said, about the sediment in the lake and the effect on both upstream and downstream residents. But in addition, I think it's important to remember that the reason for wanting the revegetation is to prevent nutrient-rich runoff from entering the lake. Lawn is no substitute for a thick shrubbed area. And the longer we wait to reintroduce the vegetation in the 30-foot no-touch zone and the 50-foot zone, the more nutrient-rich runoff enters the lake. And that's the issue. That it's not just to have vegetation for the sake of vegetation, it's to have vegetation to prevent nutrient-rich runoff from entering the lake. So I would encourage the commission to not wait too long on that. And I would reiterate Paula Bertram's concern about both the upstream and the downstream pieces of land on either side of Mr. O'Brien's land.
Thank you. All right, do we have any other commissioners looking to speak? So at this point, I do understand the concerns. I would hope that where the engineer has already been contacted, that he will be out there for the end of the month. Our next meeting is May 6th. Again, I speak for myself, but I am very, very hesitant to have any activities happen on the property until such time as it can be documented as to where we were, where we are, and how we're going to get back to where we want to be. I know there is sediment in the lake right now. I don't think that it can be feasibly removed without causing more damage. At this point, I'm not sure of what boats were up there beyond Mr. O'Brien's property. It does, at least it looked to me from the pictures that Mr. Rabbit had when the channel was filled, that there was sufficient depth to get through there if you added back in the 3-foot drawdown. So I don't know. I mean, we can have, if people are having a hard time, snap a quick picture and see if there's something that can happen. But I myself would have a hard time ordering Mr. O'Brien to get into the stream bed itself underwater and try to remove any sort of fill. So at this point, and I would reiterate having Matt reissue his letter to Mr. O'Brien, and with Mr. O'Brien's permission, directly contact Ducharme and Dillis as to getting a plan of the current conditions as they are today, and a listing from the engineer as to what has deviated from the original existing conditions, and come up with a remediation restoration plan to get us back to where we were as quickly as possible. Again, I think most of that should be able to be done within the 3-week window of our next meeting, or 5 weeks within our second meeting in May, which will just put us into the heart of the growing season. So to get it started in May, as opposed to haphazardly in the next week or two, I don't think we've gained anything in the long term. So, but I'll open it up again to commissioners for their comment. Todd?
Thanks, Rich. I just want to reiterate what you stated. I agree with your approach. While I understand the sentiment that we want to get in there and get it repaired as soon as possible, I think we have to do it methodically and carefully to make sure it's done right.
Thank you. Bob?
I'm good.
Carl?
No, I support your opinion that if there was a way to get in there safely, I would be all for it, but nobody seems to be really coming up with the solution. So I think we get it documented, what we want done, and then do it as quickly as we can.
Okay. Jack?
Go fast.
And Ken?
Yeah, I agree with you guys. I don't have anything else to add.
All right, and Paula does have her hand up. Paula?
Thank you. The one question that I have that wasn't addressed is I understand the commission wants to wait for the as-built plan or the existing condition plan before ordering. I just want to reiterate, I truly believe there are at least three or four homes that are not going to be able to get out, and I will take some pictures and send those to you, and I will talk with those residents. But additionally, the only erosion control protection that I'm seeing on the property currently is a straw wattle. The way the property is sloped and the existing beach sand that does remain and the existing slope is not stabilized. My concern is if we have additional heavy rains, more and more sediment is going to continue to wash in. Can the commission at least have Mr. O'Brien install a silt fence in front of that straw wattle to prevent any additional erosion until the slope is stabilized?
I don't have any problems with that. Do any other commissioners have any problems with ordering an additional layer of silt fence?
Mr. Chairman, only to point out that when you walked on that beach, you were actually sinking in. You were sinking in 4 or 5 inches into quasi muck water area. So the faster you can get something in there to protect that area and hold it together is what you want to do. And
Are you talking about the land that's currently underwater or where the last little bit of beach sand is?
when we did the site visit, it was soft all the way up that slope, and I'm fearful that that's all going to wash down. And as I suggested the other night, I'd be looking at some sort of a vein being put across it just to slow the velocity of the water down.
Okay. Now, I was on site with Matt on Saturday, and Matt can give his opinion as well, but there were, as far as I saw, no signs of the upland where the sand is or any of that area eroding down to the lake.
I have not been there. All I can tell you is what it was like when we were there.
Yeah. Matt, can you offer what you saw on site Saturday?
Yeah, I didn't see any extra erosion going on.
Okay.
I think the silt fence is a prudent idea. But again, I agree with the majority of the commission. We need to plan for this carefully.
Okay.
I can understand the points made. You definitely, I mean, when the word grass was mentioned, my first thought was, no, we can't have that put as lawn. It has to be replanted and renaturalized. But we just can't go running in and renaturalizing it now. There's regrading that's going to need to be done. We need to make sure that, the 50-foot zone integrity has been maintained. Was there any further alteration of the shoreline? Because I think Jack's photos showed that there may be that possibility. And that's all going to need to be done with the survey work.
Okay. Mr. O'Brien?
Yes.
Would you consent to having Matt Morrow contact Dusham and Dillis to give them the instructions as to what we're looking for in the ordered survey plan?
Yep, that's okay, but I would like them in writing if you could, and send them both to me and CC Dusham.
Okay.
I
Matt,
think that's really.
Okay, where Mr. O'Brien has consented, can you formalize what we've spoken about tonight with the degree of specificity in the existing conditions plan, as well as a remediation restoration plan back to existing conditions?
Yep, no
Okay.
problem.
All right.
No.
Any questions or comments on the plan?
I do.
Okay. What is your question?
When Stan comes out or sends his engineer out, he should be able to take all the contours that are on the 5/7/19 drawing, and he should be able to verify them and replot them. And that way there we'll be able to see the difference that we have or what we believe we have. Is that correct?
Yep. Yeah.
And you're going to add, we'll make sure that Stan does do that. And we'll get that right down to the water's edge. In fact, I'm not even certain if he can't even go out in the water a little bit and shoot it. That's very shallow water. He may even be able to get out and hit the, what are we out there? 91? I think.
Well, I mean, at least in his plan, he has the contours to the wetlands edge. I don't think he doesn't have any data, at least on the plan, beyond the wetlands edge. So I don't know if he'd be able to shoot any further out. But at this
Okay,
point,
so
if Matt can have a conversation with Stan on the phone and explain exactly what we're looking for and the direction that we want it to take, so we can make our decisions as quickly as possible. And I know you had expressed a concern to try to get in there and start remediating as quickly as possible as well. So hopefully in the next few weeks, we can agree on what we need to do and a direction to get it done, and then you can go to work and get it done.
Okay. And, yeah, and he'll give us the elevation at the water's edge and we can see exactly where we are. As far as how far back from the water's edge that vegetation was, I mean, what is, from your pictures you've got there, Jack, what are you figuring?
Well, I'm basing it on,
It's actually, sorry to cut you off, Jack, but it's pretty straightforward that the limit of work was the 50-foot no structure zone line. So basically.
No, I know. I just wanted to know what would you think you might require me to plant as far as shrubs back, how far up? I certainly didn't come all the way back up 30 feet from the water's edge.
Again, at this point, from the plan that we have, and Matt said that Ducharme had submitted quite a few of the pictures themselves, they should be able to recreate what was there as the existing condition prior to the disturbance.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. That's
I mean, that, in my mind, I can't ask for any more than the existing condition that was there. Then it looks like they should have enough information to replicate and restore the lake shore and the areas that were not to be disturbed back to that level.
Now, as far as the silt fence you want me to, the silt fence you would like me to put in, I can get that in there forthwith. I would take it from my east property line and run it over. I can get it all the way over to about where the stone wall is. That's where it's pretty much undisturbed from that point over. We haven't disturbed anything on the 30-foot. Is that reasonable?
At this point, being on site, I don't know if that was quite far enough or not, but as soon as you get it in place, either the end of this week or on Monday, give Matt a call and he can stop out and take a look to verify it. Then make sure that it's gone far enough.
Okay.
At this point, I would err on the side of caution and put in as much as you think should be done and then add another 10 feet.
Okay. All right. And for the concern, well, you saw it was there Saturday. We still kept the other wattle down right on the water's edge. We got a fresh wattle up where the old one. So we got two wattles there, and just, for those who are concerned with the erosion, I've been watching it very closely. I've been watching it for 2 years, building the property, trying to make sure the place stayed clean and neat and within reason, except for this debacle, if you will, me ripping out that vegetation.
Right. So at this point, do commissioners have any other questions or comments for Mr. O'Brien? Any members of the public have any questions or comments? All right, at this point,
I have one more question.
yes, Mr. O'Brien.
Okay. I've never been in this position in my life. And when you mention a fine to me, that's a vague statement. If you are to submit a fine to me, and I appreciate your reducing the fine as long as I kept up with the order of conditions on a prompt manner, what could one expect in a monetary value of a fine?
Well, our regulations do allow for up to $300 daily per violation to be levied. At this point,
Daily?
commissioners have made any motions or moved forward with discussions of fines. There have been a few threats of them. So
Okay.
unless
All right.
unless somebody decides to bring that up and we have a further discussion on it, we'll be tabling the fines and watching to make sure that things are done properly. And you have been so warned that fining is a possibility, and you know that they are $300 per day per violation. And there are certainly more than one violation here on site that we can move forward with fining. So
Understood.
hopefully we don't have to pick up that big stick, but it is there if we need it, so just be aware. All right.
Okay.
At this point, I'm willing to let Matt and Mr. O'Brien move forward and have something to present to us on May 6th. If there's any other questions, let me know. If not, we will move forward with our agenda. All right, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. You can contact Matt as soon as you have the erosion silt fence in place so he can view it, make sure it's all set.
Will do.
All right, thank you. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
All right, moving forward with our agenda. We have 164 Page Street.
Yeah, quick question. He has until our May meeting to remove the trailer. Does anybody here know the property owner? I thought one of you guys might have known the property owner.
164 Page.
It's Mike Felton.
Okay.
Is there any way you can contact him to remind? Is there any way you can contact him, because I passed by there today and nothing's been done. I mean, we sent notices and reminders. You know, I've sent them in writing, but nothing's been done.
I had actually seen him probably 2 or 3 weeks ago, maybe a month ago, and we talked about it, and he said, "Oh yeah, I got to get that thing out of there." So he knows he's got to do it.
Well, at this point, does anybody want to follow up with administrative hearing and invite him to it to discuss fines? Carl, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I think we need to do something. The administrative hearing is the appropriate thing. I think we need to send them, some certified letter or something, and have a hearing or decide tonight to just notify him that effective May 1st, if it's not gone, the fines start.
Well, I would accept a motion to send Mr. Felton a demand letter that the trailer be removed from the 30-foot no-touch zone, and give him until May 6th to get it moved. If not, we will impose fines.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what we had talked about, May 6th, so I think that's appropriate.
Okay.
I would make that motion.
Carl made the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Todd makes a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion, Todd Dwyer,
Aye.
Bob Pease,
Aye.
Carl Luck,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Ken Jones,
Aye.
and I for Richard Bursch. All right, Matt, if you can send him a certified letter in the morning.
Yep.
Get him moving on that. If not, we'll have an administrative hearing to impose fines on May 6th. Anything on Fire Road 12?
Nope, I haven't received anything.
Okay, site walk on Gilchrist Street. Matt and I met with Kevin Hill and the neighbor or the owner of the back house, Matt Landry. They are going to grade off roughly a 3-foot wide path from Gilchrist Street out to the trail coming off of the driveway. And they hope to have that done in the next 4 weeks.
Good.
So it looked pretty straightforward. It's probably a little less vegetation than I would have thought running close to the house, but He has informed the neighbors that the right-of-way is there and the public access trail will be going where it's going, so. Then it seems to run right along the stone wall, so it's pretty distinct, the right-of-way that we have from the stone wall inward. So once the trail is in place, we'll get some signs, or if you want to start on a few signs, Matt, to mark the trail.
Okay.
Just telling people that this is a public access trail on a right-of-way. Then please observe, please stay on the trail.
That will be covered by the grant.
Is that a question or a statement?
That's a statement. That will be covered by the grant. I'll take care of that.
Okay, Matt, you don't have to worry about the signs for now. Bob will direct you further. Thank you,
No, I don't
Bob.
have to direct. I'll take care of it.
Even better, Matt, you don't have to worry about the signs at all.
Okay, and while we're on the subject of that area, Rich, you recall you and I also inspected 9 Valley Road?
Yep.
Based on the photos that Bob had submitted at the previous meeting, I did send out a notice of non-compliance to the property owner and instructed the property owner to file a retroactive determination of applicability by April 30th. I also directed the property owner to the online portal.
So you have been in contact with the property owner?
By letter.
By letter, okay. All right, well, we'll see how that gets us for the 6th of May, if we have any submissions.
Yeah, that letter was actually sent out the same day we did the inspection. When I came back to my home office that afternoon, I sent the letter out.
Perfect. All right, open space parcels.
We already covered that with Brandon earlier.
Okay. Revision of land use policy.
Earlier this evening, I sent everyone an email after the meeting started, so it wouldn't make a open meeting law violation. With a summary of my understanding of a meeting that Rich and Matt and I had with Adam Costa. And you should take a look at that and see what it says. So
Okay. And to that end, I think once we get our agenda back under control, we certainly should advertise a hearing and review the policy.
yeah, I don't think we have to do it tonight. I just wanted to send that out, to people tonight, but we're not going to do that tonight.
Yeah, no, when we get our agenda a little more under control, we certainly can address some of those concerns.
Or I should say this morning.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Look at that, huh? Well, we'll run right through the rest of this.
By the way, Mr. Chairman, if we make it 2 more minutes, I think we beat the ZBA record so far this year, but Carl would know better than I would. Exactly the time.
Well, as I like to say, hey guys, it's Thursday.
Yeah, it is.
Well, we're not going to get done any quicker with you guys all talking, so. All right, moving forward, update on Trails Grant, Bob. Thank you.
All right, next.
Certificate of compliance, any, Matt?
Nope. I do have one duplicate. I don't have it on me right now that I am gonna have prepared for signature. It was based on an old certificate that we issued years ago. Turns out when they examined the recording, there was a Scrivener's error on it from whoever had written up the certificate years ago. So I'm just going to correct the Scrivener's error.
Okay, and just make sure to send us a copy and then we can authorize you to sign it.
Yep.
Minutes from April 1st. Anybody have any questions?
I had sent you 2 comments earlier today, Matt. Did you make those changes?
Yeah, I haven't made the changes yet. I just got them this evening. In fact, I did respond to you just before the meeting.
Yep.
And I also received comments from another commissioner. I'm going to incorporate those and revise the minutes and send them out.
Yeah, there's the erosion.
And when I do that, I'll send these minutes I've got here. I'll be almost ready to send them out in draft form. I can send those out too.
Okay. So I'll accept a motion to approve the minutes of April 1st.
It sounds like there's gonna be revisions to those before we approve them.
Okay. Moving forward, any committee reports?
Would you like one?
Nope.
No.
Administrators report. Matt, did you have anything to add?
On the item that talks about the Lake Shirley Improvement Corp., I don't see anybody on here from that organization. I have been speaking to Wendy Gendron. I did do a 4-page summary analysis of the annual report. If you guys want to look it over, give me feedback, that would be great. And I thought they were going to be here tonight, but I will make it clear they should appear at the next meeting.
Okay. Oops, something happened. All right, so that is in the meeting folder from tonight, Matt's report.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of supplemental information. I put LSIC supplemental, so take a look at it and just, if you guys want to shoot me informational comments, between now and the next meeting, that would be great. I'd love to have them.
Okay.
It helps in what I cover as far as the analysis goes. If you look, you'll see analysis of LIC report.
Yep, nice picture.
Yeah, that's actually from the Lake Shirley Facebook page. I thought it was a nice picture of Lake Shirley.
Okay. So we can review that for the next meeting. Anything else?
At this point, no.
Okay, any questions or comments from commissioners?
I just want to thank Jack for pointing out that the common denominator between the ZBA record meeting and this one is me.
Leave it to Jack, master of the obvious.
Hey, I stayed up just to watch it because I knew he'd go long.
Well, with that, I will accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So move.
Wait, Todd is awake. Okay.
We have a motion, a second, any discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye when your name is called. Todd Dwyer.
Aye.
Bob Pease.
Aye.
Carl Luck.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Ken Jones.
Aye.
And aye for Richard Bursch. Well, thank you, gentlemen, very much.
Hey, good meeting.
Hopefully
Good
this will
morning,
get us
everyone.
back on track. It didn't look like we continued very much, so.
This actually came